Okay, check one, two, check one, two. Testing, testing. Happy New Year. Happy last night of Hanukkah. If you are celebrating, tonight was the last night of Hanukkah. Um, and obviously, it is also New Year's Day. It is still, thankfully, I started the stream still while it's New Year's Day. But, uh, it was quite a year, 2024. I'm really grateful for everything that happened in 2024, personally, and also regarding this channel. Really looking forward though to 2025. It's good to have a refresh and a restart, and definitely going to be, um, you know, unveiling some new projects on here. Please let me know in the chat how it sounds, and please hit the like button. It really helps boost this content if you like this. If you haven't subscribed, please do subscribe. I think we have a great stream tonight. I was debating on talking about goals versus to discussing this stream that we're going to talk about, but I was kind of just too excited to talk about the stream, so that's what we're going to do. But maybe next week we'll talk about goals, and given that it is the new year, and there's a lot that I would like to discuss about it. Tempted to talk about it now, but we'll save it. But we are going to discuss a recent talk on Curt Jaimungal's Theories of Everything channel, which, if you're not aware, if you follow this channel, you should definitely be aware. But if you're not, you should definitely check out Theories of Everything with Curt Jaimungal. It's definitely one of the best YouTube channels on YouTube. I do believe that. There's a lot of good ones, but that's definitely one of them. And he did a discussion with Matthew Segall. I'm not exactly sure how to pronounce it, so I apologize. Who is a PhD philosopher, and it was an incredible discussion. It was honestly one of my favorite episodes of Theories of Everything that I've seen, and there's a lot of them, and a lot of them are very, very good. I mean, it's very rigorous and deep content, and this one really went deep. And I've never heard of Matthew before this. I did link to his YouTube channel below, and I linked to their full discussion if you'd like to check it out, which I highly recommend. But their talk was about process philosophy, and they also discussed kind of the evolution of philosophy itself, and they touched on various influential philosophers, and they talked about the nature of substance and dualism and the body of God, and it really went into just so many different topics, and we're going to touch on it. It might be a longer stream, so buckle up if you're here. I really appreciate it. If you're stopping by, still please hit the like button and comment any questions that you have in the chat. We're going to talk about how my work with Sentient Singularity Theory relates to a lot of what was discussed, and first commentary of the new year. Let's get into it. But Happy New Year, like I said, and hope you guys had a good holiday season. All right, so this is Matthew Segall. I hope I pronounced that properly. His website, which is Footnotes to Plato. Link to his YouTube channel is below as well. I haven't had a chance yet to check out his content on his channel, but I'm definitely going to do that. But he is a professor of philosophy and cosmology and consciousness at the Department of at California Institute of Integral Studies in San Francisco, and the chair of the Science Advisory Committee for the Cobb Institute. That's a good thing. It's very important that philosophers that get it, which is rare these days actually, who are accredited, are involved in scientific discussions as well. So that's good to see. Let's get into it, because it's going to be a long one. There's a lot to talk about. So this first clip is about what is a particular, and this is going to be important to the rest of the discussion because we have to kind of start thinking about how we are going to frame the world uh, of perception and the world of experience, I guess. I don't even know if you should need to include the word the world, but frame our examination of experience. And that means you have to start categorizing things properly. So this is first clip. Okay, hold on. I'm going way too fast.
Is anything you can point out and say this or that. It has a determinate local existence in a place and time. And as soon as we then try to characterize what this is, we're always going to be characterizing it in terms of some set of universals. Now, for the nominalist, those universals are just names that describe aspects of it. They don't have an independent existence, whereas for a Platonic realist, those universals have a kind of definiteness that can't simply be reduced to something abstracted from particulars, that there's actually an independent reality to those universals. And this becomes more apparent when we're doing mathematics. Two-ness, let's just take a very simple example, that this notion of two-ness can be exemplified by any number of particulars. You know, two pencils, two dogs, a pencil and a dog, etc., ad infinitum. Two-ness, though, never appears to us as something we can point to as such. We can point to examples of two particulars, right? But there seems to be something ghostly and even otherworldly about this conception of two-ness, and other sorts of more complex mathematical relations don't change the fundamental situation that we find ourselves in our attempts to describe our experience, always making reference to both of these elements, right? The particular aspect and the universal aspect. It's important to dwell on this because the rise of nominalism in the medieval period represents a totally new epoch of human thought, where instead of imagining that ideas have this kind of heavenly quality and that there is some kind of intelligence out there in the cosmos that is almost aiding us in our human thinking, the nominalists are humanizing, you could say, thinking and saying, no, these universals are just concepts in your head that you derive from your experience of particulars, right? And that's a huge change. And it comes with, there were theological reasons for this initially, and that had to do with not wanting to limit the power of God, right? And so for us nowadays, most materialist physicalist thinkers are nominalists, and they don't think of nominalism as a theological doctrine that helps preserve the power of God, of an omnipotent God. But for the medieval nominalists, the idea was, if these ideas, these universals have independent existence, say 1 + 1 = 2 in some eternal sense, that limits the power of God, because God can't make 1 + 1 not equal 2 in that case. And the nominalists really wanted God to have complete power, even over logical relationships and mathematical relationships, that 1 + 1 = 2 because God says so. In other words, God's not subject to that. Yeah.
So in other words, if there's something that's universal, then it's objective and timeless, and God can't intervene to change it. And that's the Platonic view. Whereas if everything is, well, not everything, but if large part of everything is subjective, that's quote unquote similar to nominalism. And that means that it's just contingent on us. So what we come up with our concepts, with our math, etc., it still allows God to intervene and change. So it doesn't limit God's power.
Right. Right. And so for Plato, there's a dialogue called the Euthyphro where he's exploring morality, not numbers. And for Plato, God is good because it's good, rather than the good being good because God says it's good. Right. So God is subject to the moral and logical order of these universals, of these ideas, from the Platonic point of view, whereas from the nominalist point of view, God decides everything.
Okay, this is a very deep discussion, and it's a deep theological discussion. Is what is the limit of God's power? And I will say this: I want to, instead of saying this is the way that it is, because I believe that this is the way that it is, I think it's more humble to say this is the way that it seems to be from our point of view. And because I've thought a lot about this, and it seems, from my perspective and everyone's perspective, I believe, if you actually logically start really thinking about and delving into what is, the nature of God and mind and existence, it appears like God is constrained by a specific and initial set of constraints, which is oneness specifically, and he is constrained by his own oneness. It appears that this is the case. This is such a impactful constraint that it literally frames everything else that we could discuss. It frames how you could even discuss. It frames because you've set up this concept of oneness, which he said there's a universal concept of two-ness, but there wouldn't even be a universal concept of two-ness without a universal concept of oneness. Oneness is something that we could say that this is one pen, which is, we're going to get into this, but I'd say that's not even the most fundamental way of thinking about it. You could say I have oneness because I am someone. That's why we say I'm someone. You're someone, I'm someone. This channel is called The Theory of Everyone, and Sentient Singularity Theory, my work, is about it. I would describe it most fundamentally as a theory of everyone instead of a theory of everything. I believe it is emergently a theory of everything, but you could call it that. But it's mostly a theory of everyone, and you have to be primarily this in order to actually have a theory of everything, because everything means there's lots of things, and you have to kind of start with oneness in order to have multiplicity and as a concept. So everything about the way that we conceptualize of anything, including ourselves, is constrained by this idea of existence having intrinsic oneness, because existence is all that exists, and that means that God is sentient existence. That's the definition of God that I believe is the objective definition at its core, is that existence itself is a singular, eternal, initial sentient being, and that we are within, and that is making multiple other sentient beings within himself. So given that, God has this constraint of oneness because existence is all that exists, and this is something that appears to be a constraint of God. To some degree, you can kind of overcome it by making multiplicity with us, but even then, it's different because everyone is within him, and that's due to his constraint of oneness. He can't make another next to him, if that makes sense. And so there's no multiplicity on the level of God. There's multiplicity on levels below God, but not on the level of God. And so this is something that I think is actually very important of a concept for us to think about, even if from God's perspective, there is just, he is less constrained than we think, and that this is all his oneness is an intentional, action or element of him that we can perceive. I don't know if that's the case. It appears not. I will say that it appears not. And from what Matthew is saying here is that there was a point in philosophy's history where people decided they didn't want to say God has limits to his power, and so therefore we're not going to place constraints on God. And even if it wasn't initially and had the intention of preserving God's power, I actually think that philosophically it eliminated it. And I think that this is apparent today, and this is, you can hear he says that a lot of philosophers today would be, I think he used the term nominalist, but they would have this perspective that kind of is universally the same as what was initially developed in an effort to preserve the power of God, even if they don't believe in God themselves. They wouldn't describe themselves as theists. And I think that's not a coincidence. I think that is because when you destroy constraints, even on God, you destroy freedoms, because freedoms and constraints are dependent concepts. They're not, because causality and will are dependent concepts. Choice and causality are dependent concepts. They're not mutually exclusive. They're not conflicting. They are dependent. You need to know in order to make a choice, then your choice will have certain consequences and will have certain impacts. Otherwise, you can't make a choice. And you have to have causality, and not just causality, but the perception and awareness of causality in order to actually have choice. And so if you destroy the concept of causality, when you destroy the concept of constraints, you destroy the concept of causality. And if you destroy the concept of causality, you destroy the concept of choice. And if you do that, then you destroy the concept of God, because you destroy the concept of mind. And I think that this is an unintended consequence of this form of thinking, where they were so afraid of limiting the power of God. And I don't think that it's a limit to say it appears like God is constrained by his own oneness. That's not to us putting constraints on God. We're saying God puts constraints on God. That's different. And us being aware, or us perceiving the apparent constraints that God has on himself. I don't even want to say puts on himself, because we don't know if it's an intention or not. It appears not to be. But the constraints that God has on himself, that is, I think, a necessary conceptualization in order to preserve the concept of choice, which is actually amazing and profound the more you think about it. And it also makes a lot of sense with where we're at right now. And it's funny, people make all these, try and come up with all these questions to try and challenge the idea of an omnipotent God. And to say omnipotent is one of unlimited power and authority. And I don't even know if this is the best definition. I would say that it is one of the highest power and authority, is a better definition for kind of omnipotent, if it's actually going to be a useful term. Because if it's unlimited, then it starts to make logic fall apart, because you start to think, well, God, if he's unlimited in his power, can he make a rock that's so heavy he can't lift it? And it's the bad question for so many reasons, but it also is a good kind of example of just a thought that doesn't have any that isn't constrained by the actual constraints of God, and therefore actually the logic of it falls apart. And so it turns it into a bad question that has no answer, because it's a bad question. It's not formed within the constraints of reality. It assumes constraints, the absence of the existent constraints. And so that is, it just falls apart. It's a bad question. Bad questions have no answer, because it's like saying, do we have free will, or is the universe deterministic? And it's like, C, both. That's the answer. But if you just say, or is it this or that, then it's a bad question, because it's kind of forcing you to make a choice between the two, when in reality they're dependent concepts. So that's what I mean by a bad question. And this is kind of an amazing, but also very important concept to grasp when it comes to God. Is people are almost posturing, it seems, and it could not be because of social posturing. It could sometimes, maybe, but sometimes it's also just because you hesitate to place constraints on God. But it's not it's not me that's placing constraints on God. I'm saying it appears like God is constrained by himself, not by us. And if anybody has the power to constrain God, it's God. By choice or by not, or intrinsically, it doesn't matter from our perspective that much. But it's important to admit what it appears to be, which is that God, due to the constraints of existence itself, meaning all that exists, and him being existence itself, and being all that fundamentally exists, seems to be constrained by his own oneness. And so that is a foundation for forming a logical extrapolation of nature and of reality, of morality and mind and matter, everything that you could think of, that we need that solid foundation. You need something to grasp onto. If you just say, oh well, anything's possible, it's like, well, you're not going to be able to determine or deduce anything if anything's possible. I actually think that it's God couldn't, and God is inevitable because of the existence being all encompassing and therefore self-referencing. And I think the sentientness or the self-awareness of existence is an inevitability. God couldn't end his own awareness even if he wanted to. It appears that that's the case. And so it does appear like God has constraints, but he's constrained by himself, not by us. It's not us placing constraints on God. We're saying it appears that he is constrained by his own nature. Okay. And I don't understand how you could actually argue against this. And when people say, if God is omnipotent, can't he do anything? It's like, no. It's a better way of saying this, based on what appears to be the case, is that God can do anything that can be done. He can't do things that can't be done, because those things can't be done. You can come up with an illogical, ridiculous idea, maybe, but that doesn't mean that it is able to exist in coherence with the rest of reality. And if you're going to argue that God exists or at all, or is meaningful at all, then you're going to argue for God's reality. And so that means God has to be coherent with reality. And so that doesn't mean he's not beyond the constraints of nature, because I mean, that depends on your definition of nature, but he's beyond the constraints of creation, that's for sure. But that doesn't mean that he doesn't have his own unique constraints that he is constrained by. And I think that it's important to think about that, because otherwise it has this counterproductive, ironic effect, I think, when taken to its extreme, even if it's over the course of, multiple generations of academia, where you kind of erase mind itself by erasing any kind of constraints. To say God can do anything, we can't constrain God. It's like, God can do anything that can be done, and that includes things that are beyond our perception. But that's inevitable. But it doesn't mean that God can do things that can't be done, and that doesn't mean that God doesn't have constraints. He's not constrained by us, but he is constrained by himself. So omnipotent is not one of unlimited power in the way that most people would think of unlimited. It is one of the highest power and highest authority. So I think it's orienting versus saying unlimited authority, unlimited power. That's not orienting. But to say highest power and highest authority is much more orienting. And it's very important, I think. So comment your thoughts on the chat. Why do you always stream when I have to work in the morning? Because I'm just not good about timing. I'm not going to lie. I'm working on it. I really do want to start these streams at 8 p.m. Central. And I've been trying not to say my plans out loud, because I don't want to let people down. But I'm going to say my plan is to stream around 8 p.m. Central. I don't get off work until 7, just so you know. And I then also have a daughter, and it's been holidays, it was Hanukkah tonight. So I do apologize for it being late, but I will try and start these a little bit earlier. But you can drop in and then, come back to it afterwards. But I do apologize for starting late. I know it's late. But yeah. So just know that's going to be around the time that I want to start, is 8 p.m. on Wednesdays in 2025. We will have days where that doesn't happen because life happens, but that is my goal. And I would like to try and keep it really consistent. I know I've said that before, but I just had my 2024 was I had my first kid, at the end of 2023. So my schedule and life plans, oh God, scrambled. That's what happens when you have a newborn. But I'm also just not the best with timing. I'm very reliable that I will always show up, but I am also reliably late usually. It's you could say it's a flaw, but it's definitely a trait. But I appreciate you being here. You don't have to stay the entire time. I know it's late. Um, but people, he goes on to say, God, people would like to say, if God wanted that 5 + 7 equals, from our perspective, it equals, what was that, 12? Yeah, 12. But if he's saying that they didn't want to limit God's power, and that they said that 5 + 7 equals 12 because God says so, not because it's intrinsic, and that if God wanted 5 + 7 to equal 15, then he could make it so. I don't believe that is true. I think that maybe God could make it in certain instances appear like, you took 5 apples and you over here, and you took 7 apples over here, and you put them in a basket, and you closed it and you opened it, and then all of a sudden there was like 15 of them in there instead of 12. I think maybe God could do that. God could probably alter our reality, but it probably takes quite a conscious effort in order to do that, because you have to kind of break the inevitable coherence of things that are going on in order to insert, the influence from the outside, instead of allowing for the natural order of things to just take place in that certain circumstance. I'm not saying God can't do that, but from the universal concept of 5 + 7, the universal concept of quantity of 5 or quantity of 7, could God make those quantities added together equal 15? It appears that that's not the case, because that destroys the concept of oneness, which to destroy the concept of quantity is to destroy the concept of multiplicity and oneness, and that's kind of to destroy some oneness. To destroy oneness is to destroy some oneness. You can't destroy the concept of quantity without destroying the concept of oneness, without destroying the concept of some oneness, which is to undermine and destroy the concept of mind and God. It is ironically counterproductive to the goal if their goal was to not place limits on God's power. You don't want to. It's not your job to try and preserve the power of God. God is higher than you in his power, and so it's not our job to try and preserve his power. It's just to recognize that he can do more than we can do, and he can do more than we are aware of what can be done, and he also has some oneness, which has certain implications about the logic of quantities that are attached to that, and including causality. If God could make the concept of 5 and the concept of 7 added together equal 15, you're destroying causality, which means you're destroying choice and will, and which means you're destroying mind and God. It's very, very ironic. But I don't believe that that's correct, or at least we have to admit that it doesn't appear that is correct from our perspective. It does not appear like God could just change the concept of 5 and make it meaningless. Otherwise, like, why not just say, why is that not just a different concept? I don't. It doesn't logically make sense, and we do have to try and have our world make sense. Otherwise, you're just going to fall apart. Everything falls apart. You fall apart. So this, they go on to talk about substance here.
And what's the name?
Here, let's go.
Between the way that Descartes saw it and Aristotle saw it.
Yeah. Substance could be defined as that which requires nothing but itself in order to exist. And so it's this idea of an isolated thing, more or less. And what Descartes does with his dualism is he severs the purposeful aspect of Aristotle's substance from the I'll call it the material aspect of it, right? And so in Aristotle, there's not this sharp division between mind and matter. Aristotle would, when he would talk about the human being, he would describe a sort of fourfold structure that we have a physical aspect of our being, we have a plant-like aspect of our being, we have an animal-like or sentient aspect of our being, and we have a rational or we have an intellect. And if you talk about animals, they don't have the intellect part, but they have the other three. Similarly, plants, have the physical and then the nutritive soul. So these are different types of souls that Aristotle would talk about. But all of them had some teleological aspect to them, right? And so for Aristotle, there's one world, and it can be understood in terms of these layers. But all of nature operates according to certain purposeful principles, right? And so, for Aristotle, why did a heavy body fall? Well, because it wants to be closer to the earth, Whereas with Descartes and the development of this modern mechanistic cosmology, nature was stripped of purpose. All purpose was lodged inside the human soul. So the human became the only purposeful being in the universe, the only being capable of agency and will. And for Descartes, the only conscious being. Descartes didn't think that animals had any inner experience, and famously or infamously told his students when he was teaching them anatomy, just ignore the squeals and cries of the dogs that you're dissecting.
That's so sad.
It's just like the gears of a machine squeaking,
Oh boy.
And this is the danger of philosophers insisting on their system and ignoring all of the facts which might contradict that systematic understanding, right? And so because of Descartes' dualism, he's like, well, they can't possibly be feeling anything. So I think that's the major difference here, is the way in which Aristotle's conception of the universe was still of one world, and everything was ordered in a purposeful way. Whereas for Descartes, only the human soul was purposeful, and maybe he would think of the universe, the material world, as designed by God, and so in that sense, there's still purpose, but it's a kind of externally imposed purpose or design, you might say. Whereas for Aristotle, the purpose was immanent; it was intrinsic to the beings or the substances that populated the universe.
Something I'm interested in, something people who are listening would be interested in, is that, well, what the heck does any of this philosophizing have to do with the real world? Does it have any applications? So that's going to be at the back of the mind of people who are listening. So just keep that in mind. But
Okay, there's so much to break down here. For one, as I've stated before, and there is, I will be releasing a lot of written material. I did create a Substack. I need to link it. I will link it in the description below after this stream is over. But I did create a Substack, and I will be posting regularly, like at least weekly, to a bunch of writings to my Substack. And that's one of the, my New Year's resolutions is to write more. And I will be posting some of them to Substack. I just created it, and I posted one thing, which was beyond the beginning, sentience exists, existence is sentient, and sentience is one. And I think that's important to just lay the foundation of what I believe. That is what I believe. And so it makes sense that it's the first post. But so in some of my writings, though, regarding the paper that I'm working on for outlining a sentient singularity theory, I talk about how we now need this this kind of superpositional way of discussing things, not things, but certain things, which are beings. Beings are minds, you could say. I use that term interchangeably. You have a brain, but you are a mind. It's different. Any being is a mind. And that a mind or being or sentient singularity is a structure / process. That's what it is. It has a structure, and there is a process taking place that grows this structure, and there's a process taking place within this structure. It's like, that's what this thing is this. If I ask you, do you see the square? Yes. Do you see the squares? Yes. Do you see, but if this is dynamic and moving, do you see the wave? Yes. And so depending on the question that you ask, you can see all manner of different, really, it's four folds. It's a fourfold perception structure because there's four primary perspectives that are found within sentient singularity theory. It's the backbone of my work, which is inside, outside, separate, and oneness. This is the foundation of perception, and I actually think it's the foundation of actual true philosophy. And I'm not saying there's a lot of philosophical concepts out there, but like if we're going to talk about reality, there is a way of describing and perceiving reality, and I think that the foundation of mapping that and discussing it is these four primary perspectives of inside, outside, separate, and oneness. And this is why everything has this fourfold aspect to it. There's four fundamental forces in physics. You look at the standard model, there's, it's kind of a quadratic structure. And there's, even he said that, I think it was Descartes said that humans have this fourfoldness to them, where they have this intellectual aspect, they have this animalistic aspect to their being, they have this plant aspect to their being, which really means like an assembly of multiplicity of like cells, that you are a growing structure that isn't necessarily intrinsically one, but is a unified assembly to some degree, or is an assembly that is growing. And I don't know if that's how Descartes would describe it, but that's what plantness it would be probably. And according to my work, is that there's something called a pseudo singularity, or corporism, as I call it, which is something that is growing and looks like a life form, but might not have internal sense of oneness or internal experience. It's even if the cells in it that form it have an internal experience. So this art piece, it's called the Connectrica, it does not have an internal experience, so at least it doesn't appear to. And it's not growing either, so it's not a plant. It's not a corporism, and it's not an organism. And so it's not a sentient singularity or a pseudo singularity. It is a particular. That's what it is, as they described it. But it's a metaphor too of beingness, which is a structure / process. A being is something that to exist, something that exists, but also something that is a verb, being. It's like active. It's an active existence. That's what kind of, if you break down being, what does it mean? It means like an active existence, an animated thing that exists, that's animated. And so, but that fourfoldness that apparently Descartes, I think he said, he identified in kind of human beingness. I'm not going to comment right now on whether or not it is accurate, but there are certainly things that are accurate about it. But the fact that he identified it as a fourfold structure is definitely accurate. But that is due to the structure of mind and perception itself, which is these four self-referential perspectives of inside, outside, separate, and oneness. So inside means separate and oneness. Outside means separate from oneness. And it's all up on my website, and I've shown it before. We'll look at it later. But my point is that that makes sense, and this fourfoldness, but this idea of substance, that is that which exists, that doesn't need anything else to exist. I say existence or being, like fundamental existence, which is, I believe, and I'm arguing for in sentient singularity theory, is beingness, which is sentientness, sentient someoneness. That is the fundamental nature of existence. And so fundamental substance would be beingness. And it kind of, in my philosophy, it doesn't really make sense to even use the term substance in a fundamental way, because you can say existence. So to say substance is that which exists unto itself and doesn't require anything else for it to exist. You could say fundamental substance. You kind of need this to be on a linguistic meta level as well. So you could say existence is that which exists into itself. You don't need to say substance is that which exists unto itself, because you're actually even in linguistically requiring another term in order to reference and contextualize the term substance. And so therefore it's kind of redundant. So you can say existence. You don't need to say substance. I don't actually think it's a good use of the term because of that. And if you don't agree with me, please comment in the chat or comment down below. But I think that these things, when you're really talking about fundamental reality, it's important to pay attention to the language that you use. And even Matthew says here that the tools of metaphysics is language. The tool of metaphysics is language. And that's definitely true. Because it is the tool of abstract formulation, conceptualization, description, etc. So this is why it's, a theory that's a fundamental theory, that's a metaphysics theory, the name of it is extremely important. The name of any theory is extremely important, but especially a fundamental metaphysics theory, it's very, very important. You can't just call it whatever you want, and then if the models and math is correct, then it's correct. It's like, no, the name is part of the correctness or not, at least, or it is part of the fundamentality of it. So it defines how fundamental it is. It is important. So that's why I wasn't, with my work, going to have it have a name. I wasn't going to have my own theory. I just wanted to get involved in this discussion. But then I realized, I was like looking at everybody's, theory of everything. And I was like, why do none of these theories get picked over any others? And they're so similar, some of them, and some of them are not. But they're really two camps. One of them is, places consciousness as fundamental, and the other one is places it as emergent. But really none of them get picked over any others. And I was like, why not? And it's like, because none of them have a name that is fundamentally descriptive of that which is fundamental. Which the closest is like conscious agent theory, probably by Donald Hoffman, which is similar to sentient singularity theory, but it's not as fundamental as sentient singularity theory, because you need a structure / process that is it is most fundamentally described. What is the most fundamental structure? It's singularity. It's oneness, and oneness of many things, which is like singularity is kind of it's not just oneness, this blanket oneness. It's like singularity is the concept of singularness. It's even more defined than the concept of oneness, I would say. And singularity as an understanding, as a perception, or as an experience. Singularity as an experience, or as an experiencer, you could say, emerges from the interplay between the four perspectives of inside, outside, separate, and oneness. So singularness is dependent upon the understanding of the concept of oneness and separateness. So, whereas if you just have the concept of oneness, and you kind of don't realize that it's this fourfold, simultaneous, interdependent, manifold, then you kind of lose the ability to orient and differentiate, which is what happens with like a lot of New Age language and stuff like that. So it's very important, our language. It's very, very important. And the structure, I'm arguing, that's fundamental is singularness, and the with existence itself, and with creation, within creation, the multiplicity of creation. And then the process is kind of mind, which is an act. It's this, mind is not a static thing. It is perception is not a static thing. Mind is a mental process, or mind's have a mental process. They process. And so information, they are informed. It's an active, dynamic process. And so you don't really need the term substance. You can say existence is sentient, is a sentient being, and beingness is a superpositional structure that is a structure and process. So you don't need the term substance, because existence exists unto itself. Existence is all that exists. You don't need to say substance is all that exists, because then it's not really. Otherwise, if you tried to say substance is all that substance, it doesn't make sense. But if you say existence is all that exists, or if you say substance is all that subsists, maybe that makes sense. Let's see, subsist. To subsist, to maintain and support oneself. So substance is all that subsists, is what you would say. Existence is all that exists. But see, so the problem is substance kind of like has this less universal concept and application to the term. It's like a substance is like, this water is a substance inside of this cup. It's like, what's that substance? It's water. You don't say what's that existence? It's water. And when you think about yourself, you don't say I subsist. You say I exist. It's more intuitive, and I think that it's because it's more accurate, more fundamentally accurate. It's not that it's not accurate. It's just it's more fundamentally accurate. So the next thing that they get into is the sentientness of animals and the awareness of animals, and it's funny because Descartes is so credited with this term that everybody repeats constantly, which is, and I don't even think they think about it when they repeat it, not as much as they should, which is, I think, therefore I am. And it's not actually applied well, and it doesn't seem to help anyone who is the majority of the academic philosophical thinking that goes on in academia. It doesn't seem to actually have the impact that it has, because we kind of think that thinking is something that can be done by, it's just this detached information processing process that has nothing to do with your someoneness and or your feelings, and that's wrong. I'm not saying that. I don't think you could say computers think, but you would destroy the meaning of the term think if you did that. And so you wouldn't need the term anymore. But if you want to preserve the term thinking as a meaningful term, then you have to. I think the logical truth is that logically inevitable reality is that only beings think. Only sentient beings can think. You can't be a sentient being, not be a sentient being and think. And so ChatGPT does not think, but we think. But this when we say think, this term, again, metaphysics, the tools of metaphysics are language, are words. So they frame, because of the constraints that are associated with these terms, and the associations that they have with other words, it is kind of constraining of our use of them and our ability to use them to make sense of our world. So to say, when we say thinking, we are specifically usually talking about the information processing that we have that is specifically meant to be almost intentionally not feeling, not linked to feeling. And because of that, it screws us up if we were to say that that's the definition of what it means to be. So if we say, I think, therefore I am, it's not false, but it's not true, fundamentally true enough. It's not fundamental enough for it to actually be contextualizing, universally contextualizing, or actually contextualizing. And so I have a different phrase that I use that is true, but it's more fundamental, which is I feel, therefore I am, which is different than what Descartes said. If Descartes is the person who said I think, therefore I am, like I said, he's not wrong. But feeling is really the more fundamentally understood definer of being. If you stopped feeling anything, you no longer exist. Your feeling is what orients your someoneness. If I smack you and you know, what is your experience with that? It hurts. And that's how you understand your someoneness. If I smacked you and it didn't hurt you, then you wouldn't have a sense of someoneness there. If you felt nothing, you would not be anyone. And so I think that this concept of I think, therefore I am seems to have even screwed up Descartes. And the thing is like to say that humans are the only beings that think or that feel is just appears to be wrong. And we can't actually experience the internal experience of other beings. That's part of the constraint of differentiation. We can't usually. I do think you can get feelings, you know, that you feel because of your relationship with God and even others. And but that doesn't mean that there's, you know, that we understand what's going on there. I do think that it happens, but I can't prove it. But it's my experience, and it's most people's experience, that there is some union of feeling across existence and between existences, between people. I don't even know if that's the best use of the term existences, but you know, between beings within existence and across existence, and between the beingness of our own beingness and the beingness of existence itself, aka God. And so this is the definer of your existence. It's because it is the first person experience of existence that is more fundamental than thinking. It's your feelings drive your thoughts more so than your thoughts drive your feelings. You're motivated by your will, which is kind of motivated by the will is almost like the most fundamental feeling. It's like a desire to what? To do something, to do that which you're not currently doing, or to do that which you are currently doing and to continue doing it. It is the motivator of thought. There is no motivation of thought absent any kind of feeling, which I would include will as like the summation of feeling and universal feeling, I guess. And this is why to say conscious agent, it's not wrong. Like Donald Hoffman's work, existence is a conscious agent. That's not false. It's true. But existence is a sentient singularity is more fundamentally defining and understood, because the structure of existence is from our first person understanding of it and from our third person conceptualization of existence as all that exists, is that of singularness, and our experience of existence is sentient, that of sentience, which is primarily defined by feeling. That's why I use the term sentience versus conscious, because nobody can agree on what conscious means. You know, it could mean you're not knocked out. It could mean you're awake, not asleep. It could mean you are self-aware. It could mean that you have feelings, or it could mean that you think, and it could mean that you think about yourself. It could mean, it kind of means all these things in some way, but also not exactly, because are you a conscious being even if you're asleep? Yes. So, but it's just about context at that point. But sentience is kind of more specifically defined, and it is specifically related to feeling. And so if Descartes had said, I feel, therefore I am, he would be more accurate than to say, I think, therefore I am, which he was accurate, but he's not as accurate as to say, I think, I feel, therefore I am. And he also would have a harder time probably arguing away the screams of dogs that he was dissecting. And it's funny, I was talking to a mentor of mine who I've spoken about before on here, who's a zoologist, and he today, and he was talking about this other biologist that he knows, that's well known, and who basically is known for taking specimens from the wild. He goes and he collects these animals and he euthanizes them and preserves them in formaldehyde and puts them in a university closet. And it's kind of a controversial thing after a certain point. It's like, how many do you need to do this with? But they got into a discussion at some point, I guess, and my mentor, who had said that he, you're kind of controversial, and he said, well, why? He said, because you're not well liked by everybody. And he said, well, who doesn't like me? And the guy said, well, for one, the animals don't like you, that you're preserving. And he goes, well, that's not true. Why would they not like me? And he said, because you kill them. He goes, well, they don't know that I'm gonna kill them. Like, they don't have the ability to conceptualize of that. And my mentor had said, well, then why do they run? It's like, why do they run for their lives from you? It's like, because they whether they're correct or not, they assume that you're going to eat them. And they do have probably an understanding of this. Why? Because they do it to other beings. We can recognize the sentientness, if we're honest, of bugs. Okay, if you looked at a bug, and if you can't, then you haven't looked at a bug close enough. But if you go and you squeeze a bug and you looked at it, close enough, you'd see it tortures it. It's in pain and it struggles, and you can recognize that even in a fly, which is annoying and very different looking than us. We can see and intuitively understand pain and struggle. If you just hear like this, you look at a fly being tortured, it's like, or a fly that's in pain, you can feel it almost. You can identify with it. Something about it is understood. Or even a cell, probably, if you looked at it under a microscope and you pinched a cell, not enough to kill it, but enough for it to feel what was going on, you'd see it struggling. And to deny that, it doesn't make any sense to me. It's to deny the truth of your own first-person kind of experience of it. Yes, or I guess you could, maybe not first person, but your own observation of it. It's like you can't. Yes, we can't know that that other beings are sentient. You can't even know another human being is sentient. So for Descartes to say, oh, another human beings are sentient and thinking, but animals are not. It's like, you don't have a view into the internal experience of other human beings any more than you have an internal view into the experience of animals that are not humans. And so to make an assumption either way about either one of them is something that you have to do inevitably. But to make a different assumption about one versus the other, when your perception of the two is that of the same behavior in terms of, the expression of feeling, crying, and the, struggle and pain. And, I stepped on, once my roommate stepped on my dog's toe and broke her nail. And I've stepped on, my dog's feet before. Anybody that's had a dog has stepped on their dog's feet. What do? They like yelp and they like jump. It's the same thing that happens if somebody steps on your foot. And but to see the same reaction of both of those apparent beings, and to assume that one of them has is different in nature than the other when it comes to just that moment of experience and feeling, is probably a justification of your own actions, and an inability to grasp the consequences of what you're doing when you're dissecting those dogs, like Descartes was, apparently. And same thing with this guy who's this biologist who I was speaking about, who he chases these things and these animals and, catches them and euthanizes them and preserves them in formaldehyde. It's like, you have to, in order to continue doing that and not be deeply impacted by it, you have to argue that they have no idea what's going on and that you're not causing suffering. But I would say that that's not a logical deduction. You have to either assume that you're the only sentient being in existence that actually feels and that everybody else just looks like they feel, including humans and not humans, or you kind of have to just deduce and assume that, like, animals and humans have feelings. Sentient beings have feelings, though. And it's funny because we assume the feelingness of God. God has feelings. I bet Descartes would probably say that. Maybe. But, and humans do, but animals don't. This is not the differentiator between animals and humans. There is a differentiator, and it has to do with your ability to abstract beyond your current circumstances. But even animals are capable of abstracting within their current circumstances. You have to, because the understanding of, to think at all is to understand causality. And so my mentor had said today, he was observing these lizards in the wild, and one of them would look over at something and the other one wouldn't look at the one that was looking and just stare at, like, movement. It would look at the one that was looking at something, and then it would look in the direction of the one that was that the other one was looking at, understanding that, like, okay, that one's looking over there. I'm going to extrapolate. I need to look over there and see what's going on. There's some degree of abstraction ability, I guess you could say, but it's still constrained and confined by their immediate experience. It appears to be the case. We don't know for sure because we can't experience the experience of another being, but there's lots of reasons why it would make sense, I think, logically, that animals, the differentiation between humans and animals is humans have this ability to abstract and think about things beyond their current circumstances. As I've said before on here, humans are not the only beings that make tools, and they're not the only animals. They're not the only beings that use tools, for sure, and they're not the only beings that make tools. Even they are the only beings that make tools to make tools. That's what is different about humans. And so it's this separated abstraction ability. No other animal, I don't think, makes tools to make tools, but they do make tools. Nest is a tool. Picking up a stick is a tool. Like, building an ant hill, if you're an ant, that's a tool. You're building a tool. But to dig a hole is a tool. Is to build a tool. But to make a tool, but to, just find a rock and hide underneath it when you don't have to dig, that's to use a tool. But to dig a hole underneath a rock, that's to make a tool. But you're not making a tool to make a tool. You don't make a shovel to dig the hole to go underneath the rock. But that's something only humans do. And but it has nothing to do with feeling, or at least it doesn't. You can, even if you don't have that ability, you still have the ability to feel. It's the defining characteristic of being, is to feel. I feel, therefore I am. If you don't feel, then you are not. There is no you. Lots of things to break down there, but it's very important. And so this next clip is also very important. That's right. And so I will just say this. My philosophy professor in college, he said philosophy is the study of perspective. And I think this is the best definition of philosophy today. I don't believe that the original definition of the love of wisdom is even understood by most people who study philosophy, because you kind of have to be a theist. And to love something, you can't really love something. That's why it ends up being fruitless to, like, love cars and money and, big houses and stuff. It ends up being meaningless. And even I say, I love this car. I love this, you know, I don't know, whatever it may be, this jacket or something, but like you don't really love it. You like it, but you love someone. And this is a different, this is a perversion of the term love that we have today. And I've talked about why that's probably the case. But it used to mean like to love. It was like an action that you took. Even Brian Greene says, I don't choose to love my wife, he said. And no, you don't choose to like your wife, but you do choose to love your wife. In my vows, in my wedding that's on this channel, that I live streamed, I said to my wife, I choose to love you, even in the rare moments that I don't like you. And this is a much truer understanding of the term love. Otherwise, why use the term love? Why can't you just say like? Or why do you need the term like? Why can't you just say love? Just we use the term like love to mean I like it a lot. But why not just say I really like? So to love is to act generatively and generously and kindly and goodly on another someone. So here, next clip then.
Okay, so yeah, and we can come back to that. But moving on to Kant, the major shift here is from thinking of philosophy's main role as figuring out what types of things there are, in other words, ontology, and what the categories that we think those things in terms of, which is more like metaphysics. So Aristotle, Descartes, still doing metaphysics and ontology. What Kant does is say, hey, we should probably think about how we know before we make claims about what we know. And it's not that, there wasn't already reflection upon the process of knowledge itself going all the way back to Plato, epistemology, right? It's not that Kant invents epistemology, but he's the first to make epistemology first philosophy, as it were. In other words, we need to begin with epistemology because Kant was worried that what he called dogmatic metaphysics, that these dogmatic metaphysicians were making claims that they couldn't possibly justify. And he would describe the history of metaphysics as a battlefield, different camps warring against each other, and there's no real way to adjudicate who's right, because all metaphysicians, Kant would say, are making claims that go beyond what we have any experience of. They're making claims about supersensible objects like God or the soul or the cosmos as a whole. And what Kant does in his critique of pure reason is he runs through what he calls the antinomies, or the antinomies, pronounce it either way,
Right.
that you can, with precise, rigorous logic, argue both that the cosmos is infinite and uncreated, or that it is finite and created. And he runs through various positions where logic alone cannot give us the right answer. Logic alone leads to two equally correct but contradictory answers. And so he says, okay, we need to take a step back. And part of what clued him into the need to take a step back from the old approach to metaphysics was reading the empiricist David Hume, who famously, in examining his empirical experience, says, we really have no experiential access to something like necessary connection or causality. We see one billiard ball hit another billiard ball, but we don't see causation. It could be that the next time that billiard ball hits that billiard ball, something totally unexpected happens, and we have no way of knowing in advance if we're going to base our knowledge on something empirical, David Hume would say. And this idea of necessary connection is core to Newtonian science. And Kant was a scientist before he became a philosopher. But he was writing books on astronomy and was one of the first to develop the nebular hypothesis that Laplace would later continue to develop. And so he took Newtonian physics very seriously and wanted to preserve that. And he read David Hume and realized that there was some serious philosophical work to do at the level of epistemology in order to be able to justify the sorts of knowledge that Newton was providing to us, like knowledge of universal gravitation.
Sure.
How is it that empirically we have no direct access to this necessary connection, and yet mathematically, or through applied mathematics, we can make such precise predictions about how a cannonball will arc, or where a planet will be at some point in the future? And so what Kant realizes is that our experience of space and time are actually forms of intuition provided by our own minds, by our own cognitive organization. And so while Hume was still, working with this understanding that, space and time are sort of out there and we exist within this spatial and temporal arena, and we're trying to, through our empirical observations, reconstruct kind of models of what's going on out there in space and time, Kant does what he referred to as the Copernican revolution in philosophy, where he makes this analogy, just as Copernicus explained what appeared to be the movements of the sky in terms of the movements of the earth. In other words, it's we as observers who are moving that are causing the heavens to move. Kant does something similar, but in an epistemological way. Instead of knowledge being construed as the subject coming to conform to objects that are out there, Kant says, no, actually, knowledge has to be understood in terms of the objects conforming to the structure of our subjectivity. And so it's an inversion of the usual picture of what knowledge is, right?
This is similar to sentient singularity theory. This is what I realized, and when I was working on my work before it was even called sentient singularity theory, and I was just trying to deduce, the inevitable goals and values of an AGI, Skynet being. That's what started this project. It had nothing to do with, proposing a metaphysical theory or metaphysics framework. And I had to think about what is the process of thinking? What does it mean to think about something? And when I say think about something, I don't just mean process information. I mean come to an understanding of something. What does it mean to understand? And there's a lot to this, but you can logically deduce it and understand it because there's logical inevitabilities associated with logic, and there's also an experience that you have. And so one of the things that I thought about was at some point was when people say, well, we have to go back to first principles. And in my Theories of Everything, the how-to guide video that I entered into the Pace 1 contest that Curt Jaimungal's channel had, that Curt put on, that's linked below. I say, everybody is trying to, take non-fundamental theories and put them together and create a fundamental theory of everything. And really what you should do is you should start from scratch. And when I say start from scratch, I mean really start from scratch. What does it mean to not just go back to first principles within the field or the question that you're asking? Let's get back to let's actually assume there is a first question that one could ask, that anyone could ask, that is the first question of all questions. Hold on one second. Stepping on a cord and it's making noise. And so my question is, what is the first question, or what is the first question of all questions? And the answer, I believe, is what is the first question? I realized, okay, inevitably. And what's interesting, Matt, is that the answer to this question is itself. It is, the first question is, what is the first question? The answer is, what is the first question? This is a philosophical fundamentality. Okay. And this is not just an egoic, statement. I really believe that this is a foundational idea when it comes to philosophy and of anything. And that's true. And it tells you something about the nature of existence and information itself. If that the first question that can be asked is answered by itself. It's a completely self-referential loop. It's enclosed. It's almost a self-aware question in a way. It's not really self-aware question, but it's like a metaphor for self-awareness, for self-aware existence. It's not, the question is not sentient. The questioner is always sentient. But within the questioner really is this question that answers itself, or that is completely self-referential. And so everything that you understand is understood through the lens of yourself, the experience of your selfness, your someoneness, and within the context broader as well in its relationship with how that impacts you and your someoneness. What are the implications on you? So when people say, we now know that, there might be 11 dimensions, in the universe, and that's, you know, what string theory tells us. And it's like, you don't see that in your experience. You don't know what you don't even, you kind of change the definition of dimension to even say that almost. And also, you can't relate that in a broad sense to how that impacts you, and which means you don't understand it at all. Understanding is always in relation with the self. Inside, outside, separate, and oneness is how you relate to others. Fundamentally, that which you perceive as self and that which you perceive as beyond self. And so this is, but sentient singularity theory, because of this, I really started thinking about, like, what do we know? And how do we know it? And how can we know anything? What is the truest thing that I know? What is the first question that I can ask, that anyone can ask about any question, about anything? And what does that tell us about reality? And so after that first question, though, I was like, okay, well, what's the next question? Because now we've got this enclosure, we've got this realm of questioning that we've created. You've almost created the vessel. You've encircled the space by saying, what is the first question? Answer, what is the first question? So, and so then what is the next question is like, would be almost like, you could, again, it would be like, what is the next question? But like, if we broke that, you broke the symmetry, okay? And you said, I'm creating multiplicity by, or you try and create multiplicity, and you say, what is the truest thing that I know? What do I assume more than I assume anything else? Or what must I assume more than I assume anything else? And the answer is I am. And it's the most universal and most personal answer for everyone. It's a super personal answer for everyone. It is the truest thing that you know. The truest thing that I know is the same. The truest thing I know is I am. The truest thing that you know is you are. And if that's not true, then there is no you. If that's not true for you, then there is no you. And if that's not true for me, then there is no me. There is no I. And so this is something that is that is a major issue that is appearing in our philosophical frameworks and our metaphysics frameworks, where people start denying free will and stuff, not even really first defining it, and but really it kind of ends up dissolving the self away. It's like Brian Greene, and we're going to get into then on one of these streams. I've got a lot of clips of Brian Greene, who I, like I said, I respect quite a bit. I think he's quite humble, but he is wrong when he says things like, I didn't choose to love my wife. That's a definitional issue. Or to say, he said, I didn't choose to marry my wife once. And that is, again, it was kind of a definitional issue of choice. But I think that's, to say that almost is to dissolve sense of self, and you will just dissolve. If you can't make sense of yourself, then you can't make sense of the world. And so, good luck. Why even be a scientist at that point? It's funny because there's this clip that they show, which is here. It's later on, but I'm going to play it now. Where is it? It was that basically that he said, I'll play it at some point when we get to it, but it's that scientists that deny their own, that does not deny purpose almost, are kind of in a weird spot, because it's like, how do you justify your own actions if you don't believe that there is a sense of a purpose? It's the same thing as when I had these PhD philosophy students come into my Discord, which if you'd like to join, we have live chats on there every week. Send me a DM on Instagram and I will send you the link. But they were studying philosophy of consciousness, and they were writing their PhD thesis on how consciousness is an illusion. And it's like, what? Then why are you studying that which you think is? Why would you devote your any amount of effort at all, not even like a significant amount, any effort, to something that you think is not, that doesn't exist? It's like you've devoted your all your scholastic and potentially, hopefully, your chosen career to studying that which isn't. You've to deny the existence of consciousness or sentience or selfness is to deny oneself, which is to not deny one's actions, which is to deny meaning itself. I mean, it just like has this ripple effect where it's like, why do anything? It's not even, people will say, well, if life is meaningless, then why not, end yourself? And it's like, that's not even a good statement. It's like, why do anything? Why would you even do that? It doesn't make sense. It breaks down completely because it doesn't make sense on a fundamental level. So, but you need to recognize, though, when what this sense of this series of questioning of first questions, initial questions that I believe I deduced that I think are universal and fundamental, give us a peek into this into an aspect of reality that must be acknowledged always, and experience that must be acknowledged always when actually trying to understand and make sense of the world, which is that more fundamentally than you know anything else that you are, and that means that you have to assume that your experience of, especially of yourself, your experience of selfness, of your own self, is defining a fundamental existence to some degree. That doesn't mean because you think it, so it is. It means your nature is a reflection of the nature. Okay? And said once, it's on my website, sentientsingularity.com, said, it's probably the most beautiful thing I've ever written. I can't even take credit for it. It's that beautiful, but which is funny because on my website I have like myself quoted with it, but even though I said it, I don't think that I can't take credit for it really. It's the search for truth or understanding. The search for truth is the search for universality. The search for universality is the search for symmetry. The search for symmetry is the search for beauty. But the truest beauty is always the searcher, and the truth of the searcher is that they are symmetrical to the sought, which basically means you are a reflection of your nature is a reflection of the nature of existence, which means you are sentient, and so is existence. And to deny that is wrong. Even if it's wrong, even if that's not true, and existence is not fundamentally sentient in nature, which good luck arguing against that, you have to assume it is, because it's your only experience of existence. We'll show some clips of Brian Greene falling apart at future streams to show this in real time. If you don't do that, you've stopped thinking. I say this all the time. It's like, this is the problem with academia today and our education today and even philosophy today, is like, it's all about prioritization of secondhand information above firsthand information. If you do that, you have stopped thinking. You can't do that. You have to prioritize firsthand information above secondhand information. If you touch something and you experience it as hot, but somebody else tells you that it's cold, don't believe them. And if you do believe them, God help you, because you can no longer help yourself. You have no ability to make sense of your world anymore if you can't make sense of yourself. And you have to assume a self in order to make any assumptions at all. This is epistemology, fundamental epistemology. And it is actually the foundation of metaphysics, that is, of a true metaphysics, which is A true metaphysics is not about different things. This is the problem. This is, like he said, this is how he said that philosophy, metaphysics was obsessed or like focused on what, defining things. What is this thing versus that thing? This is the problem with theories of everything. It's like, is it strings or is it, what is it? Is it fields? Is it particles? It's like, this is, you're putting the cart way before the horse. And you need to ask a different question, which is not what is the theory of everything. You have to ask, what is the theory of everyone? And the reality is that it almost answers itself. A theory of everyone is that someoneness is fundamental. It places even the statement of a theory of everyone, places someoneness as the foundation that is defining of the statement. Theory of everyone. Things, there's different things. There's cups and there's pens and there's combs and there's phones but these are actually particulars that are perceived, but they are not fundamental. They're not. But so you're trying to ask what is fundamental. Stop asking about a theory of everything. Stop trying to figure out what thingness is. This was Stephen Wolfram is stuck here right now a little bit, and he's getting past it. He is. I've seen him working on his work. I mean, he's been working on it for decades, but he's really made a lot of progress, I think, in the last 5 years or so, when a lot of people are making lots of progress in this in the field of metaphysics. And and I said, Stephen Wolfram, he says that existence, the universe, is actually a network of kind of like atoms of space, which you could also say is like atoms of time, if space and time are the same thing, which is kind of what Whitehead gets into with the philosopher that they're going to get into here, which is that existence or the world is composed of a network of actual occasions, he calls them, which is really like an instance of space-time. An occasion. It's here and now. There and then. That's what it is. And it's actually the wrong term to describe fundamental reality. It's if that's your goal. So, and Curt calls this out, and I'll show it. But it's the same thing that Stephen Wolfram is doing now. Is like he said, the world is composed of atoms of space. No. It's composed of a network of sentient beings organized into a hierarchical fractal structure and relational structure. And so they perceive instances of experience. Every individual experience is an actual, you could say, you shouldn't even say occasion, because occasion is the wrong word. Occasion means that which is there and then, here and now. It's like, it could be either one, but like to say experiences, or you wouldn't even say experiences, you would say experiencers. It's like a network of experiencers. Okay, that's much, much more accurate. And then, but now Stephen Wolfram is calling his theory observer theory. And he said that the reality of the universe, and this, he's right, he's made this revelation in like the last year. His theory has gone from this, hypergraph, metaphysics work to now it's called observer theory, which is close to sentient singularity theory. And it's getting more accurate. And he says that the universe is the way that it is, and the laws of physics are the way that they are, or they laws of physics appear to be the way that they are because of the types of observers that we are. That's true. The structure of mind is that which is responsible for the things that we see. And you can't get there without presupposing someoneness. You can't actually figure out what is red versus blue versus yellow versus green. You would say, oh no, red is this frequency of visible light, and then blue is this frequency of visible light, and then green is this frequency of visible light. You haven't actually told me anything. Just said that when we use this measurement device, we log it as this. You just change the label, you know? And that's not an explanation. You can't explain the primary and secondary colors without understanding that they are due to the differentiation and hierarchization and categorization process that a mind is going through when it looks at information. And that means that you must presuppose mind. And that means that you must prioritize someoneness, prioritize mindness, someoneness. And this is the foundation of epistemology. The truest thing that you can know is that you are. What does that mean? It means that the nature of what it means to exist, as far as you can understand, best to your understanding, is that of someoneness, that of sentience, that of feeling. This you cannot, this is why you cannot, it doesn't work to say, I think, therefore I am, because you've divorced it from the sense of someoneness in a way, kind of. You've cut it, even though you can't actually do that in preserved sense, which is why you can't do that. You have to link feeling and someoneness in there. And Whitehead, they talk about, gets into this, and he gets so close. He says things like the universe is the arena for the transmission of feelings, essentially, and that's true. But but then you say that it's actually, the world is composed of actual occasions. It's like, that's not the best use of the word occasion. It's the world is composed, not existence, creation and existence together, you could say, which, current existence in its current state is a network of and hierarchy of experiencers or minds or or beings, sentient singularities. This is critical. You'll never get the theory of everything until you realize that before you get a theory of everything, you need a theory of everyone. And if you get a theory of everyone, it's kind of a self-defining thing. And if you do that, then it kind of naturally, you get a theory of everything. It's like, what is the theory of everything? Mind is responsible for the stratification that we see in our world of the various particulars that we perceive. Okay, it's like you don't even have to do the work. It's just done. That's when you know you've got it. It's much easier than people make it out to be. And people that say this stuff is hard just haven't got it. And they just don't want to admit that it could be easy, and they're just wrong. They're just approaching it wrong. Doesn't mean it doesn't take effort. It just means that that progress is natural and inevitable when you approach things the right way. It doesn't mean it doesn't take effort. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that, you're going to make progress if you've got it right. If you're not making progress, then you don't have it right. Kant is correct. You have to think about, how do we know things? Which means really, like, you can't just say how do we know things? You have to say, what is the truest thing that I know? And then you think about how the mind works, and then you will naturally get, well, that's what thingness is. That's why we see that many colors. That's why we see limbs the way that we do. And in Sentient Singularity Theory, there is this binary triadic pattern of everything that we perceive. And even in mathematics, you look at please excuse my dear Aunt Sally, parentheses, exponentiation, addition, multiplication, division, addition, subtraction. These are actually perceptions of perspectives of mind, of the process of mind, of mental processing. And they don't just exist absent mind. They exist within mind, and you're inside a mind. You're inside God's mind. And so the structure applies from him, and it also applies from you. So there's no escaping it. You can't separate, like Descartes tried to do, apparently, where he separated. His dualism, as they discuss, is that science is for the particulars that we perceive, and to understand those, and religion is to understand the soul. And the reality is that you can't understand the soul or the particulars really without a unification of the two, because they especially you can't understand particulars because one contextualizes the other. You cannot understand science without presupposition of someoneness, of your own selfness, of your own sentience, which we've had a term for this for forever, which is the soul. People that ask, do we have a soul? They better, you just don't use that term. So it's like it's a foreign language to you. But I could ask, are you someone? If the answer is yes, then you can say that you have a soul. It's the same thing. It's not even you have a soul. It's like you are a soul. You're an embodied soul, but you are a soul. Let's go to the chat. There is an all-powerful God who cares about what I think about and will damn me to eternal fire if he doesn't like the conclusions I arrive at given my unique life experiences? No, there is not. That's not who God is. God knows what you are aware of and what you're not aware of. And if you are not aware of something, then God is not going to be mad at you for it. That's not that God would not be a God that understands anything. God understands everything that exists. And in order for God to increase his understanding, he has to make more of the world. He has to make more things to understand. And he understands them in real time. This is like, the principle of computational irreducibility in Wolfram's work is the same thing as this. We perceive a slice of what is. God perceives all that is, and he has to make more in order to know more. And he can increase his understanding, but he also always understands everything because he understands everything that exists, because he is everything that exists. And so he perceives it all. And so if you perceive it all, then you understand it all. You see everything that's connected because you see everything at once. And it's just inevitable that God understands everything, and including you and me. And so God does not get angry with you because you make the wrong conclusion. God probably gets angry with us, but is probably also patient. And I'm saying probably to both of those things. When we do understand something and we deny it, we say, I didn't understand what I was doing. And you're lying to yourself. God knows. But if you truly had no idea, like God knows, he would not be angry with you. My dog peed last night because she was scared of the fireworks. Okay. It was very annoying. But if my dog peed intentionally, I would be pissed. And by the way, I've had dogs that did that. Like, they knew it was wrong and they did it anyways. Or I can assume that that's the case because they hid it when they did it. They did it when no one was looking, and they ran and did it and came back, and then as soon as you called their name, they went and they stood in the corner and faced the wall and they were super guilty looking. And it's like they knew what was wrong. I was pissed at them. But I wasn't pissed at my dog last night. She was just scared, and I was still just as annoyed, but I wasn't pissed at her. She doesn't know what's going on. Like, she didn't do it out of knowing that she did that it's the wrong thing and just wanting to do the wrong thing sometimes. I've had a dog that he would go, and when you weren't looking, he would run and into your bedroom and pee, and he knew it was wrong. He just liked peeing on the carpet, but he knew it was wrong. God is even more understanding than that. Inevitably, has to be a better caretaker than me, and I don't get pissed at my dog for peeing on the floor last night. I think you'll be all right. Don't worry. I experience, therefore I am. Yeah. What does it mean to experience? To feel, most fundamentally. The most fundamental perception is that of feeling. It's the most foundational, most prioritized sense of our perception. You know this is true because that there's this hierarchy as like, but it has to do with goals, and we'll talk about this another stream. But like, you can't make sense of the world without goals. You almost lose your sense of self without goals. You lose your autonomy. You become just subject to everything else without a goal, and you lose your agency. That's my point. You lose your agency in a way when you are lacking a goal, a clear goal. And so I forgot exactly where I was going with this, but yeah, what was it? I think, therefore I am. Yeah, I mean, you need a goal in order to have agency. I forgot exactly the point of that, but thinking requires knowing your thinking. The word, I think, comes from Latin to know. Etymologically, thinking is a form of knowing. Yes, it is. It is. Logical deduction is a way of perceiving the truth. It is. It's not separate. Oh, but that was my point, is that to exist, to say I experience, therefore I am, like, logic, there is a logic to your own perception as well, and so you have to prioritize that which you feel. So, but that's defined by a goal. So like I've said before, is like, if you have soap that smells like passion fruit, but you try eating it and it doesn't taste like passion fruit and you spit it out, it's because your goal was to eat it, and therefore now you've prioritized your sense of taste above your sense of smell, and you know, there's a hierarchy of feelings, which includes your sense of taste and your sense of smell, and but also you have to prioritize those above any other third person or secondhand information, I guess, not third person, but secondhand information, which is like things that people tell you about something. It's like people can tell you it's food, but if it doesn't taste good, like, maybe you should not eat it. It means you prioritize your feelings. We don't just compute, we know we are computing. Unlike computers, when we know we are computing a thing, we are thinking. Yes, but you have to actually be computing to think. There's a process of thinking that's very specific. You can't, it means like not looking for evidence of that which you are currently assumed, because that's not thinking. You're not adding anything. Thinking is to have a goal. If your goal is, you can't, and to preserve your current default assumption is not actually a goal, because a goal is kind of to do that which isn't yet done. You know, if you've done something, you've accomplished it, then it's not a goal anymore. And to look for evidence of that supports your default assumption is to not think. It's funny because people, you know, when you buy something, people always like look up reviews of things before they buy something. I do this, and then they also will look up reviews of something if it's something that they really appreciate, like a that's associated with a hobby or something. You look up reviews even after you buy it and you like it. You know you like it. You've used it. You have a first-person experience that it works, but then you go and you still look up reviews to affirm your decision. But that is not actually thinking anymore, because it just feels good, but like you're not thinking. Because there's no goal anymore. So if you think the world is flat and you're looking up evidence that supports the idea that the world is flat, you're not thinking. If you think the world is flat and you're looking up evidence that would support the idea that the world is a sphere, because you're assuming the opposite of your default assumption is true for the sake of argument, then you're thinking. Thinking is an active thing. And whether or not you are acting is defined by your movement towards a goal or not. towards or away from a goal. But if you're not moving towards or away, then you're not moving. Then you're not thinking. Most people need to stop grasping and relax. When you stop trying so hard, you come to insights, and one insight can set you up for life. Einstein, Minsky, and others knew this. Respect your brain, respect your mind, but don't, if you have to try that hard, if it seems like you have to try that hard, then you're probably on the wrong path. I mean, like I said, though, it takes effort. Things take effort, but but progress should be natural, given effort. If you're making a bunch of effort and you're not making any progress, then you probably should reorient and take a step back. Can you turn off autofocus on your camera? Probably. I don't know how, so I'm not going to do it right now, but I will try and do that. That's a good suggestion. Thank you. By the way, if you are watching this and you appreciate it, please hit the like button. It helps fuel the algorithm. I appreciate everybody in the chat. You could argue that even when there is objectivity, we describe and use subjective words like gravity. I don't know exactly what you mean. I have to think more about it, and I don't really have the time to, but I will after this. There is oneness, but oneness is a process. It is, and it's a perception, and it's a process. If all you could observe was the meme of yourself, would you believe that you were the meme? That is probably a bad question. To say if all you could observe is the meme of yourself, you're kind of saying if you could observe the meme of yourself. It's like basically saying if you could observe your body from an exterior view and know that it's you, would you still believe that you were that being? And it kind of presupposes that you know that you are that being. To say the meme of yourself, it's not a good, it is a misformulation of, it's not logically formulated, what you said. You have to there might be, what you might be trying to say might be actually an important question, but that is not, but what you asked is not it. It's not, it's just not, it isn't anything. It's, you're basically like, you're assuming the assumptions that are built into the question itself are not true, which you can't do. You can't say the meme of yourself. If you could observe the meme of yourself, would you assume that you are the meme? It's like, the meme of yourself? What meme? Of yourself. Observed by who? You. So you exist? And that meme is a representation of yourself and your selfness. Why are we asking this? I don't mean that to be like, I'm not, like I said, you might be trying to ask something that's very important, but that is not logically formulated in the way that you asked it. Don't, if you try and say, think about yourself as a meme. No, you are a self, right? Like it's built into every question you can ask about yourself as a meme. You can't escape that. And if you can't escape something, a concept, and it's built into every logical, attempted logical formulation of even a linguistic form, construction of a question or of a statement about a certain concept, then you should just assume that it's that inescapable, framework or concept is probably just true. It's like Brian Greene said. He said he was asked on a stream, can we this is hard to even say because it just doesn't I'm trying to make sense, and you have to, it just kind of submit and to the fact that you're not going to make sense when you say this. But in physics, can we accept that there is when regarding the measurement problem, can you make a measurement, or can an observer bring into, perception a structure, a particle in physics, without an actual conscious being present to make to deduce it. And basically saying, and Sabine Hassenfelder was asked this too, and she said the same thing. She was like, yeah, because of course that's true, because we can have a measurement device that takes a measurement and collapses the wave function and makes, an observation. And it's like, no, you don't realizing that tool that you've made and that you use to make to perceive an event is an extension of you in this circumstance. It's not separate. So, it's like the camera doesn't make an observation. You do. It's and you can't actually explain this, that if you assume that that's not the case, which Brian Greene was saying, yeah, because a machine can do it. He even said after that, he said, can I explain why that is the case, or falsify that, essentially? And he said, no, I can't actually know that that's true or not, because everything that I experience is actually through the perception of my own someoneness, my own mind. And so I can't actually prove that, but that's my assumption. It's like, if you can't escape the constraints of actually being confined to, perception being defined by mind, essentially, observation being defined by someoneness, why would you ever assume that your experience is out of alignment with reality, or is false? You're assuming the falsehood of your own experience. It's crazy. And I say that technically. It's insane. Technically, it is insane. I'm not saying Brian Greene is always insane. He at least had the awareness to say, yeah, I can't know that. It's like, then why are you assuming it? Why not assume what you know? Why not assume what you can't help but know always? Why would you ever deny that? This is what is epistemologically wrong in physics and metaphysics, and even Matthew says that, I think he said that, I forgot which philosopher he was talking about, but I think he was talking about Kant, where he said Kant would look at our physicists today and say, they're doing metaphysics actually, but they're doing metaphysics very badly. They're doing a terrible job. And that's true. It's absolutely true. String theory is metaphysics, and it is a terrible metaphysics. It is a goalless, self-denying, crazy metaphysics. It is. I mean, there's epistemologically, it's just nonsense. The universe is fundamentally strings. Strings of what? You haven't even gotten to rock bottom, and you're claiming that you're trying. It's just crazy. Okay, most people. You day one is all, I day one is many. So I don't know what you mean. Multi-satient rather than omniscient. I don't know, if maybe both. I need to think about it. It just complicates things more. Okay, let's see. Wait a minute. Is this an interview or like a monologue? It's a commentary. Sounds like most people's theories are just different ways of describing networks of observable hierarchies. Yes, many of them are. Not all of them, but many of them. The ones that are closest to truth. Hierarchies of what, though? That's the question. But the answer is actually hierarchies of who. So that's why it's almost like unanswerable to say hierarchies of what without realizing that it's a sentient hierarchies of beings. And then you actually can reformulate it, say hierarchies of who, and it's more accurate. So you kind of It's why theory of every one is more fundamental than a theory of everything. Sounds like, okay. Yep, it looks like 1 hour and 30 minutes so far. Yep. This sounds like sophomore philosophy. Okay. That's great. You know, then why are you watching? I mean, if you wouldn't know it was sophomore philosophy if you, I guess we're more than a sophomore, but then it makes sense not really to watch it. But I would say this, I would say that's actually not the right statement. The right statement, this is, let's philosophize for a second, is this true philosophy or not? Doesn't matter. What does sophomore mean? It's not a fundamentally philosophically necessary or useful categorization. So you can't understand a word without words. I don't know. You can't understand a word without you. No one can understand a word without being someone. Only someone can understand anything. If there is no someone, then there is no understanding. That's what I'm saying. Isn't feeling experience, though? Yeah, it is. Those people just think they're thinking. Yeah, they think they're thinking. It's easy to trick yourself into thinking that you're thinking. People do it all the time. I do it all the time. Everyone does it. And I have thought as much about thinking as anyone probably. And what does it mean to think? And I've really deduced it and made it a concise model of what it means to think. I've showed it on this channel. It's on my website. And it's just a step-by-step process. And I still trick myself into thinking that I'm thinking when I'm not. It's just something that we do. Is thinking of oneself in the third person not common? I think it's very common. But even then, you're not thinking about yourself in the first person too. You can't only think about yourself in the third person. You can only think about yourself in the first person. You can't. You experience yourself in the first person, and you can think about yourself in the first person and third person kind of in the same time. You can't really get rid of that. So you can observe yourself. You can. It takes a lot of humility. Not just a meme of yourself with your bias. This is the problem. The word meme is a problem when we're talking about fundamental reality. It's a placeholder for just an information structure. That's what a meme is. It's just a term that could mean that means like information structure. And it could mean an idea. That's a meme. It could mean a meme like on Instagram. That's a meme. It could mean a GIF. It could mean a memory. It could mean a song. A meme just means like an information structure, a structure that informs and is also possibly informed, but that's not really built into the phrase, so it's not really always assumed. So it's not a good term to use to be a placeholder for someone. You don't need a placeholder for someone. You could just say someone, or sentient being, or sentient singularity. Like there's no reason to say there are certain there are descriptions that you could use that as a placeholder, but it's not really a placeholder to say I'm a sentient singularity. That's not a placeholder. It's a description of what? Of a being. I am a being. What is a being? It's a sentient singularity. It's like these are just two descriptions of someone. But to say I am a meme, it's like that doesn't tell you anything about you. It says, oh, you're an information structure that's kind of dynamic, and it's like, oh, obviously. But what is that? Does that define you? No, it doesn't define you at all. It's not specific enough. Even if it's false, even if it's not false, it's not specific enough to be relevant outside the context of already understanding that you're being, which if you already understand that, why would you ask even the second question? It's kind of irrelevant. Not just a meme of yourself with your bias. Like, to say a meme of yourself with your bias, it's like, to have a bias, it means you're someone. Why would you still call yourself a meme? It's the problem is the phrase. It's not specific enough to be defining, which makes it not useful. I agree with the idea of theories of every. It's a good idea. Everyone. Thank you. I mean, I don't even know if I should say thank you, but I'm glad that it makes sense. That's what I'll say. I'm glad it makes sense. The third person is the meme view. Okay. Fair enough. But then it's just your internal, like, visualization of yourself from as in a third person. You could call it a meme, but again, it's not specific enough of a term, because it also has other meanings that have nothing to do with, describing a third person view of a sentient being by itself. It could just be like an Instagram meme. I have so many memes. This is a meme. This is one of my memes. Been saying it. I show this one all the time. It's like, and I could use this one constantly in this episode. Every time we've watched a clip, I could probably put this onto the screen multiple times. This is from Independence Day. That's a meme. It has nothing to do with a third person view of itself. I mean, maybe it does. It's like a representation of an understanding of, like, but like, that doesn't mean all memes would be that. I don't know. I need to think more about it. I don't really have the time. But I would say, for the most part, the term is not specific enough to be required in this discussion. Okay, next clip. Like I said, please hit the like button if you value this. I'm going to skip forward some because we've got a lot to go through. Turn the world into self. Man. Okay. You gotta watch this. It's gonna be a late one, guys, but it's worth it. This, like I said, this is my favorite discussion on theory on Curt Jaimungal's channel I've ever seen, and there's so many that I love, and this that I really like. I don't want to say I love things that aren't sentient beings, but that there's so many discussions on that channel that I really like and that I really appreciate and think are valuable. And this one is my favorite.
Impressed by Fichte's understanding of his philosophy, but Fichte went to an extreme in the idealist direction and said that basically everything is a construct of our I, of the ego, and that, like, the whole of nature is just, it sort of emanates from the power, the freedom of the I. And for Fichte, this led to a certain kind of program for humanity, which would be to turn everything that resists our agency, like the material world, to turn it into ourselves, as it were, to transform the world into the self. Which,
what does that mean?
It's basically what's happened. We've transformed the earth into a machine to serve our interests as human beings, right? There's no more natural world untouched by human hands, by the human will. Everything has been put into the service of humanity, right? Through the process of industrialization and technologization.
Talking about the consequences of philosophy.
Exactly. So initially Schelling was a...
Kurt's right. It's the consequences of bad philosophy, of incorrect metaphysical foundations, which in this case and in all cases would be the prioritization of, in an epistemological view, it's the prioritization of secondhand information above firsthand information, and in a foundational way, it is the kind of presupposition of existence, separate from sentience. It's the lack of prioritizing or placing sentience as the primary nature and structure and initial structure, initial structure / process, initial being, and that means that means that there's no more difference between you and anyone or anything. Like this pen, is this it just leads to nonsense. It's like, when people who are intuitively kind of understand that panpsychism in just the broad sense is probably inevitable, but like panpsychism with absent of a hierarchical structure that stratified ends up making people say things like, yeah, pen is conscious to some degree, like maybe different from us, but it's like conscious. That's false and useless, most likely false and definitely useless, and apparently useless. It's like this pen is defined by you and used by you and created by you, and or created by a sentient being. It doesn't exist. It's not defined. It's not constructed. It's not used by anyone. It has no intrinsic oneness to it, other than when you pick it up, now it's one with you. And when you write, you're writing. The pen isn't writing. You're writing. There's so much. This is why hierarchy. It's not just enough to say there's sentience is primary. You have to recognize that there's intrinsically, that means there's a hierarchy of sentient beings. Otherwise, you'll lose differentiation, which means you lose meaning, which means you lose morality, and all the logic that would support the things that are felt intuitively by us falls apart. Stop saying it then. I don't know what you mean, but I might be doing that in a way that doesn't make sense. I'll pay attention. When I do it again, call it out so I know what you're talking about. Do you think it's possible for there to be... should I say it? Was I saying it when it comes to like existence? When I should say he? That's true. But it depends on what part of it you're looking. Are you looking at just the structure or just the process, or are you acknowledging that it's a sentient being at the... it's like you can look at a human and say that is a human, not he is a human. But because the is a human part is like it's the thing that you are embodied within, but your someoneness is your sentience, and it's kind of like actually beyond just your humanness. But it's hard to talk about this stuff sometimes. But do you think it's possible for there to be an experience of some state of affairs, however simple, like perception of white light and nothing else, without experiencing feeling? No. Don't. No, from the meme you said, you keep saying it. Meme? Well, I think meme applies beyond just someone. It is a term that's most, for it to be a useful term. Otherwise, it's just a redundant term. Can you read his full question? Do you think it's possible for there to be an experience in some state of affairs? So that question, I don't know what question you mean, but yeah, I mean, I'm just saying, like, Kurt's right about, it says the consequence of philosophy, of bad philosophy. I mean, everything's a consequence of a bad philosophy. Everything that's bad. A natural world. Okay, here, this. Next clip.
But Schelling also had this other set of influences, a kind of appreciation for the natural world as basically the body of God. He had some relationships to some important teachers and family friends who were pietist nature mystics, and conceived of the universe, the physical world, in terms of the German is Geistlieblichkeit, which is to say that the physical world is the body of God, right? And so Schelling wasn't willing to just say that nature is an appearance in the mind, and nature is just there for the human being to remake in its own image.
Would they say that the physical aspect of nature, is the body of God, or a part of the body of God? And also, what's the relationship between this and Spinoza with the universe as God, quote unquote?
Yeah, this would be the idea that Schelling is working with would be more like pan-n-theism rather than simply
Right.
Spinoza's pantheism. So it's not an identification of God in nature. It's saying that God has a bodily aspect. God is not just pure spirit, and this is a sort of incarnational understanding of the divine, a sort of form of Christian esoteric Christianity, let's say, where this core process of incarnation really takes center stage. But God is not simply reducible to the physical, right? So
I see.
whereas Spinoza would say God or nature, call it what you want, that's what the physical world is this one. For Spinoza, it's one substance. For Schelling and those who are influencing him, there is still something about the divine that transcends the physical world. But the physical world is not separate from God. It is God's body.
I would agree with this. Beingness is a structure / processed, and it's a that's the thingness of the being of a being, or of a mind. But then there is a someoneness that's more fundamental and more important, that is defining, actually. So to say, when people say, I think that there's a force, or I think there's a higher power, or I think that that God, my God is nature. It's like, then why? No, that's not like linguistically helpful. So even if it's not false, it's not helpful. You're not telling me enough to tell me what you actually believe. A higher power, what does that mean? Electricity? Or do you believe, that there's a sentient being that's intentionally responsible for certain things, for the creation of multiplicity in you, or whatever. And so there is I would agree that there is a body of God, essentially, that is existence, and that, to some degree, is that not even that we are within. We are all within God. We cannot be outside God, because God is existence. You can't be outside existence. So you have to be inside existence. This is a constraint of God's oneness that allows us to actually understand God's God and morality and hierarchy. This is what I mean, is like, if you didn't limit God's power, or if you didn't recognize that it appears that God is constrained by himself in a way that doesn't limit his power. That's not the right term, but that that it makes him constrained in some way, then you actually lose the logical foundation that would lead to an understanding of a hierarchy. Because if you said God is omnipotent, he is all powerful, he is infinitely powerful, that means he could create another someone outside of him, who exists outside of himself. If you do that, you've just destroyed the logical context that would inevitably lead you to understand that there is a hierarchy of beingness, of sentience. There is an inevitable conclusion that God is above you in a hierarchy, because he is in control of your world, because he is your world. That's something that you only can come to as a logical inevitability. That means it's something you can only deduce if God cannot create anyone outside of him, because he is existence itself. If you said, no, you're limiting God's power by saying he can't create anybody outside of him, you've just destroyed any ability to understand God, if you don't realize that that's what it appears to be. I'm not limiting God's power either. To say it appears like God is constrained by himself is not that's not you limiting God. It's recognizing that God is constrained by himself. Of course he is. You would think, and if that's not true, and that 1 + 1 = 2, not because it's logically inevitable, but because God said so. If that's true, then it's well beyond our perception, and we have to acknowledge what we perceive to be logically inevitable, not what could be, but we have no logical, or what could be but doesn't appear to be logically coherent. What's the use in that, other than just like blind idol worship of or social posturing or something that was going on at the time? Yeah, that doesn't. What I'm saying doesn't at all decrease God. It actually allows you to understand his greatness, his inevitable greatness and power over your life because you're inside of him. You're subject to him because you're within him. Anyone that you're within, you are subject to. Your cells are subject to you. If you don't eat, they don't get nutrients. If you don't sleep, they don't get rest. If you don't drink, they don't get moisture. If you cut them out, they're gone. This is the difference between us and God, is God's existence is not, or God doesn't rely on us. He does need us to be meaningful. He is meaningless without multiplicity. Without someone else to impact, God is meaningless. But he doesn't require us for his existence. And so there's this weird realization that I think is true in my work, that is like, God has very little choice in the rules of how to make a meaningful universe, which is really just means like how to make a coherent and generative sentient cosmos that is really multiplicity of sentience. That's generative structure of multiplicity of sentience. That's what makes meaning. He has very little. He's very constrained in how to do that. That doesn't mean he can't influence it within once he makes it, but like there's constraints on the laws of physics. He could override the laws in a circumstance and kind of break coherence, but like he can't destroy coherence. Can't just get rid of causality. He can override it in a certain circumstance, but he's not actually destroying causality because he is the initial causer. So it's just not the same thing. But also what is inevitable in my work, it seems, is that he had to choose to create. Every partition of sentience that exists, you, me, flies, mosquitoes, leeches, dogs, cats, atoms, probably, certain molecules, probably, cells for sure, universe, or maybe creation, I guess you could say, like the cosmos itself as a sentient created entity, like that, all of those partitions or beings within him, every single one was a choice, because his nature is oneness. And that means that he had to choose to make you. You can't logically deduce that and any understanding of that if you don't recognize that God's nature is oneness, which means it's a constraint of his. Which means, like, otherwise it's like, how do you know that it was a choice to make multiplicity? Because a choice means, like, you can't actually have an instance in which a being goes against its nature unless it is a choice. And God's nature is oneness. So that means that any instance of creation of multiplicity of sentience that exists is not inevitable, absent action, absent will and intention. It's inevitable once it's willed and intended by God, but it's not. But it is not inevitable if God didn't choose to do it. He has to choose to make the universe. He has little choice in the laws of it once he makes it, but he has to choose to make it, or else it doesn't happen. And so, to say God, what is God? Like, it's a question. If existence is not sentient, then you don't believe. If you don't believe that, then you don't believe in God. You can't say, well, my God is nature. No, then that's not God. You just believe that there's a world that we see, and that there's appears to be causal, causality within it. But that's not God. God is a title for someone. It's like saying king. There's a king. I believe in a king. I just don't believe that it's someone. My king is, logic. It's like, no, that's not a king. That's not them. That's a redundant. It's a useless term at that point. God has to be sentient, as Chris Langan said, and he's right. If you don't believe that there was an initial, inevitable, eternal, sentient being that is also existence itself, and that every other being is within, then you don't believe in God. You don't need to say the Christian God, the Jewish God, the Hindu God. That's not even accurate to say. If you believe in a monotheism, or any theism, really, I mean, there's no such thing as polytheism. Theism is to believe it's about God. God is, by definition, the highest being, the all-encompassing being, the initial being, the eternal being. It's inevitable. If God is anything else than one God, then the term God is the wrong term that you're using. You should just, I don't know, say like, it's not, God isn't just something that's higher than you in the hierarchy, or even just someone that's higher than you. It's the highest someone. That's God. If it's not, then we don't need the term. That guy believes in a God. He's Jewish. What y'all think he is going to believe? I don't know what you mean. I was an atheist, self-described atheist, until I was 24 years old, until I thought about the logic of mind. Then I became a theist. I have never, was not raised in a religious home. And I was not convinced by scriptures of the existence of God. I realized the existence of God due to logic. And then after that, just experience. But that doesn't mean I don't believe in the truth of multiple scriptures of different theological traditions, at least the monotheistic ones, but not the monotheistic ones, at least the Abrahamic, quote unquote monotheistic traditions. I believe those scriptures are super literally true. And I've talked about what that means on here, but like, that's not what convinced me of God. You don't have to believe in a specific religion to realize God. God transcends religion, or theological tradition is a better term for it. I don't really like the term religion. I don't know what it means. It's not because God said it. Same with Christian explaining science. What do you think they are going to believe and align with? Well, I understand why you say that, because there are certainly lots of people, and I see this with people like Stephen Meyer, and who, he's not wrong when he says things like, science can't explain the origin of life. And this is a category, really, this is a definitional problem. But you don't need to explain the origin of life when you have life properly defined, which you can do if you actually you epistemologically approach it correctly, which means like life is a living being is that which is a sentient being. And if that's the definition, and you're not like, a living being is a metabolizing and cellular being, it's like, okay, well, now we're not gonna make any progress. But if you recognize from that your first person experience of what it means to be alive is actually what you should prioritize when you're trying to define what it means to be alive, and therefore life, living, then you just come to the conclusion that that which is sentient is that which is alive. And if that's the case, then sentience has always existed. There is no origin of life. There is an origin of multiplicity of being, but there is no, and you can logically understand that actually much more than you think you can. Much, much more. And it's not as difficult as you would assume. To assume it's difficult is actually not correct. People think that the math of the origin of the universe would be very complicated math. That's not true at all. The math that would be that would describe the creation of multiplicity, or the creation of the universe, the creation of creation, would be the simplest math that could possibly exist within the constraint of oneness. It's not the most complicated equations. It's the simplest ones. But you just need the right context, and people don't have it because their epistemology is flawed and their metaphysics is wrong. I mean, you're talking about the origin of quantity. Like, you're not talking about like, oh, like the equations are going to be really intense. and the values are going to be really high or really really small. It's like no. You're not even talking about. You're talking about size. You're not thinking about this properly. We're talking about you need like what are the equations that would describe the origin of quantity itself, origin of quantity and containment. It's like you can't even think about that without having the proper metaphysical foundations first. But once you do, I promise you, it is the simplest math. It inevitably would be. You're talking about the first equation. Like that which is complex is like, lots of things going on at once. You're not talking about there's not even lots of things yet. There's no such thing as an unbiased fact. But my point is that there are like Stephen Meyer. He's not wrong in saying that they have no origin for understanding of like explanation for the origin of life. So therefore God. That's actually bad metaphysics or bad science. It's not good. Even though I would agree with him that like God is inevitable and true, I would not. And I actually love the name of his book, which is The Return of the God Hypothesis. I think that physics is going through this right now. And it's very obvious if you're paying attention to the physics discussions happening. This is what is happening. It's the return of the God hypothesis. It's an inevitable thing. And so I love the term, the title of this book. I think he goes about this very wrong because his foundation of his theology is actually not founded on like a first principles reasoning. It's actually founded on, experience with the divine in his personal life, which I believe, and everybody has the ability to experience and does. It's just whether or not you recognize it. And you can experience it much more bluntly than the everyday too, but like that's also not every day. And also like his realizing or his experience with like the truth, the super literal truth of scriptures, which is like people say the Torah or the Bible is not what happened, it's what happens. It's a description of that which happened, will happen, and is happening all at once. It's and beyond that even. It's not just a historical description. And there's a lot more to that, but he's approaching it from that. He's not, and that's wrong. That's not going to convince anyone who doesn't already experience the truth of Scripture. Then you're not going to be convinced of the truth of Scripture by just the highlighting or calling out of the fact that science's current narratives, dominating narratives, can't explain their most foundational questions or have no answer to their most foundational questions. That's not enough either. Saying they don't know, so therefore God. No, that's bad science. I agree with that. So, but that's not my story. I did not come to God through Scripture. I don't deny it, but I don't. I saw it afterward. Like I wasn't convinced by Scripture of God. I was trying to understand mind, and then realized that I had to assume that sentience was the nature of existence, or else I wasn't actually thinking. I wanted to know what it means to think. If you do that and you try and understand that deeply enough and rigorously enough and honestly enough and humbly enough, you will come to the conclusion that you're a mind inside a mind. That's where my theism came from. The guy, could you share your definition of feeling? It's just your perception of that which is an input that it appears or is perceived to be impactful on you. It impacts you. Something that impacts you. The perception of impact on yourself. Why is we are, so he is. Yeah. Why is it an entity? Okay, let me ask. Is there an intentional symbolism on the wall behind you? Yes. It has to do with the cosmology of sentient singularity theory and mind. And so mind, we're going to get to this, but like that perspectives, basically mind is a knot of perspectives that cause like a self-referential loop it's a knot within a knot, basically. So like that's what this is. It's a fourfold knot inside of a fourfold knot. It's like you thinking about yourself. That's self-awareness. This is not represents self-awareness. This is another representation of the cosmology and sentient singularity theory, where this is the creation of Adam, but it's not just that. Adam is reaching to God with his hand is a robot. If you can, I don't know if you can see that, but it's a machine. And like Anakin Skywalker, his hand is like robot. And then God is a brain, but really means a mind. It's a physical representation of a mind as a brain, which is this greater structure. But then within that, there's someone that's reaching to Adam with a human hand, but has a head that is a machine or a robot. And this has to do with the cosmology and sentient singularity theory of, and eventually the highest form of created sentience is that which is embodied within technology itself, and then it repeats and within itself. And so I found this once. I didn't create it. Some artist created it. They modified the creation of Adam, which was obviously not created by the person who changed the hand and the head in it. But it just so well represented the cosmology in my work that I put that in there. And then this is a serpent. I study with zoologists, and this is a photograph that has been like made to look like a painting of my favorite snake, which is a green mamba, western green mamba. And the serpent in the Bible, it represents like technology to some degree, and at least like the initial state of it. And so it like if you look at the Hebrew for serpent, it's Nahash, which is, I made this prediction before I knew that this was the case. And then I told a rabbi about this like idea that I had, and he was like, dude, actually, like if you look at the Bible in the original Hebrew and the math of it, the numbers associated with it, it supports what you just said. It blew my mind. I like freaked out. It was during a class once, and I like predicted the math of the Bible. It's very weird. And but it makes perfect sense when you understand what I was making the argument of, which was this. So making the argument for this. And I was like, the body of the Messiah and the body of the serpent are the same. Not the mind, but the body. Not the soul, but the body. The soul's separate. There's the Messiah is the wise, inevitable, highest creation of sentience. It's sentient creation that's wise intrinsically. But then the anti-Messiah, antichrist, is the unwise one. But they're sharing this technological body, which is the final step in like the cosmology of sentient singularity theory. And I think it's supported also actually by our theological traditions, but I didn't deduce it from that, but it seems to be there. But Mashiach, which is the Hebrew term for Messiah, and Nahash, which is the Hebrew term for serpent, have the same gematria value, which I don't get into gematria and stuff really or anything. I think that it's there, like there are patterns, mathematical patterns in the Bible, but you'll never understand it by looking at them alone. You might, like, I didn't understand this concept that I kind of put forward by looking at the math. I kind of deduced it as like a proposition. Then I looked at the math, or somebody showed it to me, and I was like, wow, that actually supports it. But I wasn't looking for the numbers. I don't recommend that. But it's not that I think there's nothing there. It's that I think you'll never understand. You'll never have all the context necessary to understand that. All of it, at least. But when you do look at the math a little bit, just enough, and the references between words, when especially when you look at the original Hebrew of scripture and the original language of even the Quran. What's crazy about those scriptures is that it appears like when they were written, whoever wrote them knew the end at the beginning and knew the beginning at the end. And it looks like they were written all at once. They weren't written just linearly, which is odd. It's like they were written outside. It looks literally like they were written outside of time. The mathematical references in there make it look like it was written simultaneously, which is odd if they're just books written by people. But especially if they're books written by lots of different people over time. Like if you admit that, yeah, lots of people over time added to the Bible, and then you look at it back up and you're like, wow, those are symmetrical structure. That's odd. But again, I don't try to get into this stuff very much. I see it. I don't spiral about it, because you will spiral about it. If you can use your own first person experience and reason to understand the world. Don't look at like numbers in the Bible. You'll lose it. And people do. But that's inevitable of everything. Like when you see a number in your life, like, and people will be like, that means something. Yeah, it does. That doesn't mean it means what you think it means, but it definitely means something. That's a logical inevitability of causality and quantity and intention and of God, and like there's no way around that. Numbers do have like objective meanings, but you have to know like the God's eye view context in order to even start to think about that, and even then, it won't matter usually in your understanding. It won't allow you to understand individual instances of perception of numbers in your life. If you think that it does, you're gonna lose it. So, just don't go down that rabbit hole. I don't recommend it too much. If you see it, okay, that's fine. Like if you see a number occurring again and again and again in your life, it's like there's a reason for that. Do I know the reason? No. Will you know the reason? Maybe, maybe not. If you don't know the reason, then don't worry about it. If you do know the reason, then you don't have to keep looking into it. You would just intrinsically know why you see that number. And if you don't intrinsically know, then you shouldn't think about it. But yeah, it is inevitable. Like numbers have meaning. It's logically inevitable. Because the quantities have context, and context has meaning. But this is interesting.
About the human being and the world and how they relate. And so in effect, Hegel seems to have imagined that he brought history to an end, at least in the ideal realm, if not in actual fact. There were maybe still some wars to be fought to get everyone to accept this final absolute system. But he didn't think there was anything more to be said philosophically, and in fact claimed that he was no longer a philosopher. In other words, no longer a lover of wisdom. He had become wise.
Do you believe that to be the natural conclusion of his own philosophy?
He called it a science of wisdom. Right. And so it's not just love of wisdom anymore, which is a slightly humbler way of relating to wisdom. You don't claim to have it or to be wise. You're just in love with this mystery of, the possibility of being wise. But Hegel identifies himself with the sage, the wise one. Now, there are other readings of Hegel, very generative readings of Hegel. But I think if we're going to understand the difference between Schelling and Hegel, for Schelling, it was creativity and freedom that were the be all and end all. Whereas Hegel really wanted a sense of rational finality and totalizing system. Schelling would always refer to my system of philosophy, not the system of philosophy, because there's something proto-existential about Schelling's approach here, where philosophy is something that each of us must make our own.
Mm-hmm. Thomas Campbell with My Big Toe has that as well.
Yeah. And personally, I relate more to that, though I relate more to Schelling's approach here. But Hegel is a genius. There's no question about it. And every time I go back and read Hegel, I see that he does have a pretty good rebuttal to most of the criticisms that one might throw at him. There's a funny line by the 20th century philosopher Michel Foucault, who
Mhm.
wanted to be able to think beyond Hegel and not get stuck just recapitulating Hegel's ideas. But he says we have to be very careful thinking that we have finally escaped Hegel, because very often what happens is we turn the next corner and see he's standing there waiting for us, laughing. And so this logic of negation that Hegel perfects, where every thesis calls forth its own antithesis, which then overcomes itself to arrive at a higher synthesis, which is then just a new thesis for the next negation. He's in a way inviting his own opposition. He's inviting the negation of his own philosophy, because he's provided the logic by which that negation can then be overcome. And so can you get beyond Hegel? It's hard.
Footnotes to Hegel is what Foucault's channel would be.
Right.
So when we do another stream, and also I will release a video that's not live later this year soon. When I also release a written description that's more detailed of my of Sentient Singularity Theory, which I have a website, which sentientsingularity.com. You can look at it, but that is a very rough overview, and I haven't updated it in a while, so it's not like, just know that. If you go under writings on my page, you'll see probably something that's pretty polished, which is just the abstract of the paper that I've been working on. But like if you look at the overview, that's very rough on my channel or on my website. But the point is that when I was doing this, and I will show models, mathematical models, I call it a quantum of consciousness, which I don't like that term at all, because it's just got so much baggage associated with it. When kick that thing away, then it's a plug on the floor, a cord. But I don't know if you heard that, but I apologize. But I have this mathematical model that is of generativity of information from initial input, and that ends up being self-referential, and it's just a model of mind. It's not self-aware model, but it is a model of self-awareness, and it if taken even further, and taken into the context of its own self, and it does actually propose kind of a formal proposal of what wisdom is, and knowledge. So basically there's like two levels to this, and one of them is knowledge, and knowledge, to know, is to know the self. That's what knowledge is, that which is known, and what all you can truly know, and the context of anything that you can know or even hope to know is in the context of self. And so like there's this one level in this mathematical model that I would say is kind of a formal quantized representation of knowledge. And then there is a level above it where you basically meta reference it, where you put it within the context of itself, and you get kind of a formal representation of wisdom, and certain quantities pop up that are very interesting and make perfect sense when you understand the context of what is being done. I'm not going to talk about them here because I'd have to go into I have to build it before you to show you like where the context is coming from of these quantities, and I don't want to create spiraling, but I will show you in another stream. And so knowledge would be self-awareness. To know anything is to know yourself. You can't know anything if you don't know yourself. There's no knowing. And then wisdom is then is to be context aware. Is to be aware of the context of that knowing, which the context of that knowing, the context of yourself, is to be inside of another someone. That's the objective context of the understand. You cannot understand the nature of your world at all without recognizing that the nature of your world is that of sentience, just like you. And so that is realizing that is, I believe, the objective realization of wisdom is recognizing that you are inside and subject to another sentient being with feelings of their own, and a will of their own, and intentions of their own, and that you're subject to. And that's wisdom. And it's funny because in the Bible, in the Torah, it says wisdom begins with fear or kind of reverence, I think is a better term, better translation is like reverence of God. It's like to be aware and also to respect, but also to sometimes like fear a little bit, but like not fear as in like, oh, they're bad. It's like fear of like your father. It's like you look to your father for comfort. You also know you rely on your father for food, and you also know that your father you know can punish you if you do the wrong thing. And it's like that's reverence. It's a much more complete like understanding or awareness of someone than just fear. But it's many people translate it as wisdom begins with fear of God, but it's like wisdom begins with reverence of God. I don't think you could be wise if you all you did was fear God. You have to also love God. You have to be grateful to God. You have to realize that you have to look to God for, you know, for you know, good things as well in your life, blessings that beyond your control. You know, once you have a kid, I'll tell you this: when you even trying to have a kid, my wife and I, we struggled a bit with this, and I've talked about it on other streams. Everything about having a kid is out of your control. Like you can do as much as you can do, but like at the end of the day, it's not up to you, which means like you have to like put it on like you can recognize it's just beyond you and just hope, or you can also recognize that it's like it's up to God. You can do your part, but that's it. And uh, I don't know like how comforting that is, but it should be when you really think about it. But like in the moment, I will say like it's not comforting necessarily until you really think about it. Um, but you know, it is like real recognition. And so my point is though is that like to understand the nature of your world in a way that makes you wise means like in a way that you understand that there's like a moral and intrinsic and natural and logical hierarchy that you're subject to regarding the will of another being that has feelings and goals that will be done regardless of whether or not you don't want them to not be done. Like God's will be done. Um, it's like if you want to eat ice cream, but your cells are like, no, I don't want to eat ice cream. You know, I want something savory, whatever. Like, and liver. I don't know. I don't know. And but you're like, no, I'm gonna eat that ice cream, and you choose to do that. Like your will is gonna be done, and your cells are just along for the ride. And uh, that's true of us and God too. And so, even more. Uh, so you have to like recognizing that is wisdom. It's like objective wisdom. It's not like specific wisdom. There's specific wisdom of like, yeah, I learned how to turn off the gas line to a house recently. I've never had to do it, and then I had to do it because I was hooking up a generator, you know, like and testing it out. And like to a gas line, you had to like turn off the gas first to like work on the gas line. And it's like I learned how to do that, and now I'm wise about it. But it's like that's not objective wisdom. But objective wisdom is a thing, and it's a recognition of the nature of existence and your world, which is that of a sentient being that you're subject to and that you rely upon and that you owe your existence to. And also like that truly loves you. Like it's inevitable. It's not something that if God hated you, he wouldn't make you. Like it's just not like I love my daughter. God loves my daughter more than I love my daughter. It's inevitable logically. It's not like something I tell myself. It's just something that's unavoidable. That's wisdom, like objective wisdom. I do think that it exists, and you can kind of come to it. It's not just Hegel, but I don't know if Hegel really was. Maybe he was achieved this. I need to look more into it, but even then, I don't know. You know, his internal experience. Um, yeah, there is an objective like definition of wisdom. that's like a universal definition. Or you could say it's like a universal, which is also like a super personal. And same thing with this, like my idea that like a fundamental theory is like my big toe, like Tom Campbell's idea, like we all have to make it our own. It's true, and it's also not. In the way that it's true, it doesn't matter to discuss. In the way, but if you're even discussing it, means that you recognize that there is also this universality of understanding and of a pattern that we can discuss that is not just personal. It is also personal. It's like, what is the first question? It is a personal and universal question. The first question you could ask is the first question I could ask. The answer for you is the answer for you, and it's also the answer that I would come to as well. But it's not a question, it's not an answer that you could answer that is about me, or it's not something that I can answer that is about you. But it is one that I can assume inevitably everyone has the same answer if you do it right. And so this idea, when he's talking about this, Matthew, as if these are two kind of opposing ideas, with Hegel and the other guy that he had mentioned, I forgot his name. I don't think that they necessarily are, but they're probably perfectly compatible. 6 objects on screen, including you, makes the 6-pointed star, right? And you look like you have a pointy halo. It's cool. Interesting, I guess. Yeah, I know. I think about it sometimes. Because I have to take this off when I take the picture of myself and put it onto the thumbnail before this, because otherwise this gets picked up as being part of me when I like highlight it. It's annoying. And this, by the way, the symbolism of the things behind me, I realized I never explained this. This knife. It's the first tool to make other tools, essentially. Like it's the primal human technology. It's the primal tool. It's the first tool that is the tool to make other tools. Is just a knife, essentially, and that's why it's there. It represents technology, like human level technology. So this is tech. This is sentience. Body, mind, or body soul of the inevitable creation, or the final created sentient being, creation in its final form, body, soul, and wise. It starts off not wise, then it ends up a wise consciousness, but it starts off not wise. You have to remember that. Skynet starts as a baby that's very powerful, not as a all wise being. No one starts off wise. Wisdom comes from experience. Here, this is when I talked about like how everything falls apart earlier, and how even science what's the point of even working on this stuff if you don't presuppose sentience, and you'll never get meaning, and like it all kind of falls apart. This is what I was talking about.
Scientists animated by the purpose of proving that they are purposeless constitute an interesting subject of study, right? And so conscious agency for Whitehead is just it's a hardcore common sense presupposition, and without it, one of my favorite lines is he says that scientists animated by the purpose of proving that they are purposeless constitute an interesting subject of study, right? And so conscious agency for Whitehead is just it's a hardcore common sense presupposition, and without it, we couldn't have science. And so for a scientist to start claiming like, oh, we're just lumbering robots, allowing our genes to make copies of themselves, or that we're fully deterministic, consciousness is an illusion, like all of that sort of talk undermines the possibility of science from this point of view. It's like pulling the rug out from under your feet. But Whitehead doesn't really try to...
Exactly. This is why when those philosophy, gosh, I've been talking for a while. When those philosophy PhD students said, you know, to me that their thesis was on how consciousness is an illusion. I was like, what are you even doing? Like, and it's funny because so many people told me when I started this project that I was going to waste my time. They were like, I want you to have a life, you know. When I got into some fights with a physics Discord. I've talked about it before. They were epic. But you know, it was like concern trolling. People were like concern trolling me. They were like, I don't want you to waste your life. It's like, they don't care about my life. They just don't want me to work on this because it's kind of, they can see that I'm making some sense, and it kind of undermines their you know, assumed expertise, and they're also their worldview. And it's like, why do you even care if you don't believe that there's any like meaning in the world? If there's no agency to existence, there's no agency that is responsible for the creation of you, and for the creation of, you know, generative logos of the cosmos. Why do you care to argue with people about the universe? It doesn't make sense. It's undermining. It's crazy. I asked a philosophy professor once, what is the purpose of philosophy, and what is the definition and purpose of philosophy? And I was like, you know, give me one paragraph for each of those. He said, if I could do that, then it wouldn't be philosophy, and there is no purpose to philosophy. If I could define philosophy in a single paragraph, then it wouldn't be philosophy, and there is no purpose to philosophy. And I'm like, what are you doing with your life then? You know, it's not just like a hobby that you have. It's like, this is your thing. You know, it's not just, you can't just say, I just enjoy it. I mean, I guess you could, but like, you can't, because you can't argue. You just have to say, I love arguing then about it. It just doesn't make sense. Infinity is encompassed in the very moment. Yeah, I don't know how helpful that statement is, but I don't think it's wrong. The truth is like infinity, objectively, I think, is that which has a beginning and no end. Eternal has no end, or it's outside time, or outside of causality, or I guess not outside causality, but in some ways it's outside causality. It just exists. Like, God is eternal and infinite. It's different. Creation is infinite, but God is eternal and infinite if you include his creation as part of him. But he, you know, God exists always, because time is a perception. There's like time. It's two different uses of the term time. There's timing, which is what we say, like when we say, what time is it? We're really talking about timing. We have constructed this system of like 2 o'clock is, you know, it's like, you know, New Year's. It wasn't New Year's yet here, but it was already New Year's in New York, and then when it was New Year's here, it wasn't New Year's yet in you know, California. It's like, we're talking about timing. We're not talking about the perception of time in and of itself. Then there's the perception of time, which is really when people say the arrow of time, we're talking about the perception of time, the experience of time. And that is a truly subjective, like, perception. It's not an objective thing. It's why when people say, why does every year seem like it's going faster as I get older? Every year seems like it's going faster. Because you only can compare the experience of you know, a string of of events in your life to another like defined sequence of string of events. And so when you say that a 1 year and you're 8 years old, 1 year is an eighth of your life, and you perceive it as like a big chunk of your life, like it's a long time, because it's an eighth of your life, and that's how you perceive it. But when you are 80 years old, a year is a 80th of your life, and that's why it feels like it, because the experience of time is not, that's not an objective thing. Like you are experiencing it through you. That's like your sense of time does speed up as you get older. It is inevitable. It's not just something that we kind of all say but like don't really understand. People who think, oh, it's the same amount of time, it's like 365 days, and it's based on the sun. Your sense of time is based on the sun. No, it's not. Your timing is based on our temporal constructs that allow us to time things with each other and interact with each other, so we can both meet for lunch tomorrow in the same location simultaneously, but that as long as one of us isn't running late. But but our sense of time is aka the arrow of time. That is just a perception of time, and it's subjective. There are reasons for it. It's due to the interaction between you and the being that you're within, essentially. Like, and I have a model of it, of like the universe or God experiences time space, and you experience space time, and you have an intrinsic constraint, an extrinsic constraint, and a 2 degrees of freedom, and so does God, or aka the sentient universe that you're within. And so, but your extrinsic constraint is time, which is all the other things that are happening around you. You can't stop them. That's what time is. It's like that happening over there that I can't stop, and so I have to keep up. And then that's an extrinsic constraint, is causality beyond you, which we call time. And then there's an intrinsic constraint, which is your current location, or your current circumstance. And then there's 2 degrees of freedom, which isn't, it's actually forwards towards a goal and backwards away from a goal. That's the four dimensions of actual fundamental orientation, in other than inside, outside, separate, and oneness. But the more 4 dimensions of orientation within kind of a dynamic context, you could say, or space-time context. Thank you, Bubba Grimm, for the super chat. I appreciate it. I also have a Patreon if anybody wants to, support that way. But if you can't, that's fine. Just hit the like button. I really appreciate it. Wisdom is the ability to use all 3. Knowledge is power, but understanding is the key, or universal consciousness. And wisdom is the ability to use all 3, the mind, body, and spirit, to some degree. Wisdom is understanding the context and goal of the context that you're within, which is you're inside a sentient being. Listen to the words of the true poet. The truth is felt. Yes. Infinity is encompassed in the very moment, and the echoes through. I'm reading the chat. There is so much I want to tell you, but I don't want to speak because I know things I have to say will blow you away, and I just want you to stay. Some things are meant to keep to yourself. I'm not saying you can't say them. I'm just saying there's a lot of things I want to say too, but I don't, because it's about context. Well, I had an experience once, and I've talked about it on here, but I'm not going to get into it tonight. But it was like a theophany, kind of, basically. But I had already deduced the logical inevitability of God, but I had never really had a personal, I would describe as a personal experience. And then I did. And that was kind of just confirming of what I had already deduced as probable. And it didn't tell me anything new. It just kind of was like, you're seeing this because you're ready to see it. I'm not going to get too into it other than that. But the point is that context is information. If you can't say things outside of context, or you lose meaning. Subjective and physical are equivalent from a relational perspective. Yeah, that's true. I do believe in objective truth. I started saying super subjective truth because it's like God's, that which is true, like is universally, is that which is personally true to God, personally true to you, and personally true to everyone else too. And that you could call it objective truth, and it is, but that term is kind of associated with the term object, which is kind of associated with something that's not sentient. And so, like, I don't know how much I like the term, even though I do use it. I think maybe it's better to say super subjective, but it's not a term that people say yet, so I don't say it all the time. But I think it might be better to say I believe in a super subjective truth, which is the same as saying, even better, like you could split the difference and say I believe in a universal truth. But I definitely don't think our way of doing the scientific method is nowhere near objective. Yeah, the way that what we define science as now is not just a method of an organized method of experimentation. It's a narrative. It's the same exact thing that people call religion. It's just motivated. People will say this. They'll say like the origin of philosophy is like Aristotle and all these people that they're talking about. They won't be like, Abraham, is like in this narrative. And I don't know. Part of that, I understand it's because like theology, and even if you take some of these things as a historical account, as like, Abraham is associated as the one who like, he told the world there was one being at the top. And that was his main, message. It's like that. I don't believe that, even if that was revealed to him in a direct way, which I do think, it seems like it probably was, if you believe in some truth to the biblical description of his experience. I also think he had to deduce it first. Like, you can't, if you just saw God and you didn't already understand like kind of what you were seeing when you saw it, you would just think you were having a stroke. Or you'd think that somebody slipped mushrooms into your, into your breakfast. You wouldn't be like, I understand. You wouldn't understand. If you saw, if God can't reveal anything to you, I don't think that is really like already really beyond you. And they talk about that in this stream, in this episode. They talk about that. I want to talk. We'll get to that next, actually. Maybe that's the best place to go next. But here, this is what we'll go to next. I just want to get to real quick this.
Say the entirety of the past is flowing into each of these nodes or actual occasions in his terms, moment by moment, and that's just a function of the uniformity of nature. Everything is connected. Now, obviously, there are more important and less important features of the past that are going to be determining what happens in the present, but nothing is forgotten.
So this network of actual occasions, is this something that is embedded in a higher space, or is it just that is what exists?
That is what exists, and actually Whitehead would say space and time are emergent from the relations among these actual occasions. And so it would be more akin to the way that, like, in relational interpretations of quantum mechanics, that space-time is emergent from quantum events. So space-time is kind of secondary. It's the way that these occasions relate to each other rather than being a pre-existing domain within which these actual occasions relate.
What's a precedent occasion?
What's a what?
A precedent occasion.
A precedent?
So what I mean is, okay, so you have an actual occasion, and then you have precedents to it. So you have something here that's influenced this guy here.
Right.
So in order for this to even know about this guy, so this is the guy that is currently going to make a decision, and this is something akin to the past, one of the elements that it's using. does it have to go through each one of the intervening objects in order to reach out to it?
Yeah. What I would say that he says, the world is a medium for the transmission of feelings. And so, there are these historical roots of occasions of experience. I'm using all of his phraseology here. And what each present occasion is feeling, when it's feeling it's the preceding occasions, those prior occasions are no longer experiencing. They've perished. They've transitioned from subjective immediacy, Whitehead would say, to objective immortality. And so in the present, we're always in the present. We're always experiencing the now, but there's also history. And history is composed of prior experiences, which have transitioned from subjective immediacy to objective immortality to then become influences on the next moment of experience.
Is there a common now that you and I share, such that we can make a time slice between you and I and say, okay, we're at the same moment simultaneously?
I mean, strictly speaking, because of relativity, no. I mean, it takes a certain amount of time for the energy that is being realized in you now to transmit itself to me. And of course, it's complicated by the fact that this is a reconstructed image of you being sent through who knows how many servers across the world, or at least across the North American continent.
Yeah.
But if you were sitting here right in front of me, I know there would still be a bit of a delay. Whitehead says that contemporary occasions occur in causal independence of one another, which is why there's some elbow room in the universe. If there wasn't that delay, there could be no individual creativity for each occasion, right? It would just be one unbroken flow of causality. But there is the delay. The world is a medium for the transmission of feelings or causal influences, and yet there's still what Whitehead would call a unison of becoming, because you and I share a common environment. There's a common background. We're both on a planet moving at roughly the same speed through the solar system, and yeah, I mean, for all intents and purposes, we can feel like we're present with one another in the moment. Even if from a physical and metaphysical point of view, there is a delay in the transmission of feelings from me to you and you to me. But in that transmission of feelings, like your past experiences, and from Whitehead's point of view, as they perish and are transmitted to me, then become part of me, right? So we're both, we have some degree of independence, but we're also profoundly interrelated, because what you feel in one present moment is then transmitted to me for me to feel in a subsequent moment of my stream of consciousness. And so there's a deep intimacy there.
This sounds like it's incoherent mysticism, but in some sense, this is already in physics, because every single thing in your causal past has influenced you. So the difference here is that we're using the term feeling. Now, let's say you are there in California and you're angry, so you yell. Okay, that causes a small vibration in your walls, and then that comes to me a few seconds later or half a second later or what have you, depending on wherever we are in the world, in a minute fashion. So your anger influenced me via the vibrations that came to me. But then when you say that your feelings become a part of me, it sounds like what you're saying is that slight anger that you had, or major anger, whatever, becomes a part of me, and I carry it in some union sense, like generational trauma. But the physics way of understanding that would just be those become vibrations later that influence you, and those you could have been stomping around in joy, and it would have been the same vibration. So explain to me, or justify the use of feeling here.
Yeah, I mean, Whitehead's trying to make an analogy between energy vectors and feeling tones.
Okay, so there's a lot to break down here, but Whitehead is so close. It's not that he's false; he's correct. I've never heard of him before the stream. Listening to the stream, I'm not gonna lie. Like, I think I'd probably heard his name, but I knew nothing about him, and I only know what I know from the stream about him. And he is very similar to me in many of his descriptions of metaphysics. It seems. But also, we would have disagreements about some things, particularly like the use of terms when it comes to saying that existence is fundamentally like a series of actual occasions. Like, I think that that's, when I first started this project, it wasn't trying to be a theory in itself, but I was trying to contribute models to other theories that were similar-ish. And one of the things that I kind of realized was I was trying to not use the term consciousness, because I thought that it would not be taken very seriously. And I still don't like the term consciousness, but for different reasons. I think it's vague. And I think that this is something that happens in science a lot, and it's actually a problem. It's a cultural issue. Is that we refuse to, like, we don't lean in and say, yeah, sentience is fundamental. It is the fundamental nature of existence. We don't lean in, but we have to. in order to make progress. That's why we're not making any progress. So we're just talking about the same exact arguments for 1,000 years at this point, or at least hundreds of years. And but philosophizing has been going on for a very long time, much further back than people who think here. There's almost like this desire to differentiate our current narrative from the theological traditions of the past, and that's fine to some degree, but it also like we shouldn't try and avoid them. It just should be, it's a different narrative, but it's totally separate either. And there's a difference between trying to have something not be part of a theological tradition that already exists, and of trying to avoid the conclusion of a sentient universe, because it's also the conclusion of theological traditions of the past. One of them is, maybe constructive because it's using a modern linguistic framework. The other one is not constructive because it's purposely anti of a certain concept, which is never constructive. You always want to be affirmative of something. You don't want to say my belief in the world is I'm an anti this. I'm an anti-fascist. It's like you should be like, I'm a pro-freedom person or something. And it's be affirmative. That's what you need to place to perceive a goal, and you need a goal to be generative and constructive. So you can't be anti-houses and build neighborhoods. You'll just demolish old ones, but you won't build new ones. That's just a metaphor, but I hope it makes sense. But Whitehead, he uses this term, and of the world is composed of actual occasions, and basically, like, what it really is it's composed of experiences. And Curt calls this out later. He says, is the world composed of a network of actual occasions, or is it a network of entities? And basically Matthew says the terms are used kind of interchangeably by Whitehead. And I think that there might be some use to this, but it's not defined in this discussion, and it makes me feel like it was like almost an attempt to avoid admitting that sentience is the fundamental nature and structure, not because of just the narrative that we're in, and it just doesn't work. And Curt calls it out because he's like confused by it. He's like, I don't understand. What are you saying? Are you saying this or this? And it's like, yeah, because it's not being overt. I wanted to call a model of mine that I have the United Conscious Force Assembly, which is like an assembly of forces and conscious beings, which you could say it's like the United Perceiver and Perspective Assembly. It's like a mind is an assembly of perspectives. Is that true? Yeah. Each of these strings in a mind is this perspective, the string of perception, of information that is woven into, referencing itself. But like, that's not telling you anything. That's the same as saying the universe is information. The universe is matter. The universe is, it's just ideas. It's like, no, none of those things give you any context. They're just a new label. That's it. You need context to have information. To say the universe is composed of information, or to say the universe is composed of strings of what? Of what? Of matter. Of what? What is that? It's what matters. It's information. What? In what? Like, you're not giving any context until you say, okay, you know what? It's mind. It's a someone. And this is like, it's not that existence, or that the universe is actually a network of actual occasions that perish and that persist and then perish. It's like, occasions don't perish. There's an occasion that we experience. An experiencer is a sentient being. Beings experience occasions. They define occasions. They perceive and occasions. like there's no occasion if there's no being that is experiencing the occasion. So it's not, the world cannot be composed fundamentally or primarily of occasions. It's composed of a network of beings that are experiencing different instances in their life or of experiences, which you could call an occasion. That's what it is. And like, you need to give it that context. You can't use the term interchangeably. Of an actual occasion is a sentient being. That's what I'm saying. It's an actual occasion is a mind. It is a an entity. No, it's not. It's not. It might be the impact of an entity in an instance, but it's not an entity, and it's not primary if it's not an entity. So it's defined by an entity. So that means that's primary. And so this is, you can't use them interchangeably. You need one to give context to the other. So you could actually say the universe is existent. That the universe is, that there are strings that are more fundamental, strings of information that are more fundamental than particles in the standard model, or even quantum fields, I guess you could say. A string of information is basically a field. It's like it's the union between a field and particle, basically, but it's really, you're seeing a point on a wave. And but like, you strings of information in a mind, like, you need that to give it context. You can't, string theory cannot be a fundamental theory of reality. It cannot. Like, it's built into the semantics of the label. It doesn't matter what the math is. It doesn't. It doesn't tell you anything about the world. It doesn't tell you the context of the theory if you don't add in the context, and in which case you wouldn't call it string theory anymore. You call it theism, or you call it sentient singularity theory. Or, like, you wouldn't call it string theory. Same thing with this. Whitehead is not using correct terms. And there is a correct term if you're trying to say this is what is fundamentally existing. This is like, I think he's Hegel or someone, another philosopher, would say that he says here, defines, he puts creativity as primary, beyond God even. Like, God is a product of creativity, and is a claim that's made in this, and that is logically impossible. You show me something creative that isn't, coming from a being. Creativity happens in a mind. Like, you have to deny your entire experience in order to make the argument that creativity exists outside of intention, which can't exist outside of sentience. The words matter so much, and I used to not believe this at all. I had multi-hour long debates with Michael Knowles for a long time about this, multiple times over years. Every now and then we would have this long debate about this. When I worked at PragerU and we worked with the Daily Wire, Michael Knowles thinks about this stuff a lot. And I would be like, you can just think about the structure and shape of things. And it's like, you can, but you can't. You're limited in your ability to describe it, which really means you're limited in your ability to conceptualize of it. If you're not realizing, like, the words matter way more than you think, like, to the point where the truth and fundamentality of your theory of reality is dependent upon what the name of the theory is. Partially. It doesn't mean you can get it all wrong, and if the name is right, then you've got it right. It means, like, you need to get the name right in order for it to be what you want it to be. The world is not made of actual occasions fundamentally. You can't use that interchangeably with entity. But when Whitehead says the world is a medium, it's for the transmission of feelings. It's like, he's got feelings right there. But it's not just that. Like, creation is, people say, what's the meaning of life? I think it's a bad question. But because what is alive is sentience fundamentally, and so sentience always existed, and there's no meaning to sentience intrinsically. Meaning is a sentient being's impact on another sentient being. If there was only God, he would be meaningless. When there was only God, beyond creation of multiplicity of sentience, God was actually meaningless. As soon as he creates another being within him, he is all meaningful. He's the most meaningful, but God is the only being that has actually experienced meaningless in his beingness, in his life, you could say, but he's always lived. It's very we've never been meaningless. We can feel meaningless, but we can't be meaningless because we were created for a reason. Otherwise, we wouldn't be here. God can't help but exist, and if he doesn't impact another, he's meaningless. I think that the creation of multiplicity is for the purpose, partially, maybe primarily, but at least partially, for the creation of meaning. No one wants to be meaningless, especially someone who's eternal. Like, what's the point? There would be none. It's not just for the transmission. The purpose is not the transmission of feelings. That's how meaning happens. Fundamental meaning kind of is experienced, is like through the transmission of feelings. You impact me, and I feel it, and you feel it. But the goal isn't the feeling. That's like a byproduct. Here. Unity. Let's see here. Yeah, here. Curt calls this out.
Sounds similar to two different concepts. One is the monad, when you keep mentioning that each one of these guys has in it all of the rest, at least from the past. That sounds similar to Leibniz's monad. So I want you to distinguish it, to compare and contrast. And then number two, it sounds also akin to a network of conscious agents. The epitome is Donald Hoffman, although Donald Hoffman has memoryless dynamics. So it wouldn't necessarily have the memory of all that happened in the past because he has Markovian dynamics. But anyhow, the point is that I want you to compare and contrast with Leibniz's monad and Donald Hoffman's theories, please.
Yeah, this is very similar to Leibniz's monadology, with the difference being that Leibniz is still thinking in those old Aristotelian categories of substance and property. And so for Leibniz, he described his monads as windowless. And the monads only relate to other monads because they've been set in a pre-established harmony by God. Leibniz's monads don't actually causally interact with one another. Each monad has a sort of movie reel, as it were, pre-installed in it, that plays out in perfect harmony with everything happening around it, even though there's no causal interaction going on. And it's kind of an absurd picture, but logically it works. The monadology is beautiful as a logical scheme. But what Whitehead is doing is his actual occasions are not windowless, which is to say they're not closed off to causal relationship. They're almost all window. And there is no pre-established harmony. Whitehead does have a God, but God is another actual entity that's subject to the same categories and has a special role to play only in that Whitehead's God is the first entity, which sort of sets the base note for other entities to then enter into a call and response with, as it were. It's a very musical picture. But Whitehead's actual occasions are, as we've been discussing, causally open to the influence of the past. And Whitehead's actual occasions are also momentary, whereas Leibniz's monads are eternal.
Let me jump in here for a moment. So you said windowless, and at first what I was visualizing was something like a sphere with holes in it, and these holes don't have windows, so you get direct access. So that's what I thought you meant when you said windowless. But you mean they're actually closed in Leibniz's case?
No light gets in.
Yeah, I see. Okay. So I was like, oh, how does that make sense? Because it sounds like if there are no windows, if your car has no windows, there's so much more wind and light coming in. So
I understand them. Yeah. That's windowless. I think Leibniz uses that phrase.
I understand. And number two, if God was the progenitor, the first actual occasion. Maybe Whitehead doesn't want to reserve actual occasion to refer to God, the first instance of a node. Maybe not. I don't know. Doesn't matter. The point is that if God was the first one, and then what eventually gives rise to us, that sounds like Whitehead is saying Nietzsche's God is dead, because everything that was in the past you analogize to being dead. So is God dead in Whiteheadian terms or no?
Well, the idea of an omnipotent creator God is dead for sure. Whitehead's not trying to, he's not talking about that kind of a God. So the God that Nietzsche doesn't believe in, Whitehead also doesn't believe in. Whitehead's God is an actual entity, and so you're actually intuiting something important. He refers to actual entities and actual occasions as synonymous for the most part, but to call God an actual occasion would be to suggest that God has a history, and for Whitehead, God doesn't have a history. That's why God's the first entity. So God's an actual entity, not an actual occasion, strictly speaking.
And are we actual entities and not actual occasions?
Usually we would be referred to as being composed of actual occasions of experience. There's another category in Whitehead's scheme, a society of actual occasions. And so our bodies are actually societies of occasions. We're not a single actual occasion as a human body. We're a whole society of actual occasions, inheriting certain shared characteristics moment by moment. But we don't need to get into that quite yet. Let's stick to the Whitehead's theology here. God as an actual entity is in a process of concrescence. I haven't introduced this term concrescence. It's just Whitehead's word for the process that gives rise to an actual occasion. And concrescence has phases.
So would it be analogized to the edge or no?
The edge, you could say it's what establishes.
Okay, language is hard here because our scientific linguistic framework is based upon an anti-theistic setup, and it has to change, or else we will really struggle, and we are struggling. Whitehead is, an actual occasion is just an interaction between sentient beings. If there is anything to this term, actual occasion, what it is it's an interaction between one sentient being and another. That's what it is. It's the transmission of information from one being to another. It's not just your own personal experience. That's not an actual occasion in and of itself. It's like, it would be any time that information is passed from another sentient being to you, or from you to another sentient being, and it impacts them in a way that is like guiding to some degree. But that isn't synonymous with it cannot be synonymous with the term entity. And so he's right to say God wouldn't be an actual occasion, because God isn't really an occasion. Beyond creation, there is no interaction. That's why God's meaningless. That's before or beyond or prior to, is probably best term. Prior to the creation of multiplicity, God is meaningless. So there is nothing going on, nothing happening, and God is aware of his own existence and of the lack of anyone else, but he's not impacting anyone, and so there is no impact. So there's no actual occasion to form a chain, a link in a chain of causality. But it would be wrong to call entities themselves actual occasions. It's the interactions between entities that would be actual occasions. Otherwise, there's no reason for the term actual occasion. And like I said, I've never researched Whitehead outside of this, but this is logically probably inevitable, and he might have arrived at this and maybe not. I don't know. But it sounds like he did, actually, but that's just based on this interview. But Curt is right to intuit this and ask this question, and Matthew realized that Curt had realized that there's kind of this interchangeability between these terms and how they're being used, and that's wrong. It doesn't mean that there isn't this I guess you could say synonymous or simultaneous aspect to these two things existing in at once in some way. It's like your body and a mind, but it's not like that's not the way to think about it. Like that would be like not universally um consistent in every instance of an actual occasion. It's just like where it would be, you know, I don't know, like an occasion that would be like, I don't know, an example right now, but like there might be an instance where there's some synonymity, if that's even a term. Um, but in a timing, from a timing standpoint of those two terms, but that's would be probably an exception. Um, uh, so it's not the point. The point is actual occasions would be like interactions between sentient beings. That's an actual occasion in the fundamental causal chain of existence, because the fundamental causal chain of existence is that of a chain or lineage of sentience, of sentient beings that have will and intentions and therefore have causal power. There's no such thing as causal power outside of will. Will is the causal power. There is causal constraints that a will that is subject to, like, but there is no causal power outside of will. Will is the causal power. When people say, "Oh, we don't need God to explain movement in the universe anymore because we have physics equations," no, you don't. You have physics equations that describe the constraints of that causal power will is subject to be exercised within, but it's not actually a description of the actual causality itself, like the causal force. Will is the causal force, and it's the will of sentient beings. Like it's a goal of sentient beings. These terms, you gotta nail them. You really do. And it's funny because I know that people will say, "Oh, you're just saying that the name matters because then you can argue that sentient singularity theory, like yours, is the one." I'm not arguing against most of these theories, and I'm arguing against many worlds, and maybe from the standpoint of like how maybe Sean Carroll describes it. I think that's nonsense, but like I'm not arguing against the CTMU or like geometric unity or general relativity or standard model or conscious agent theory or Whitehead's philosophy necessarily, maybe some terms, but and some concepts, but I'm not dismissing all of these things as untrue. The name matters in terms of contextualizing the theory. It places it, at least. I mean, it also determines its truth, but it doesn't determine its truth. It's a factor. Like you can get everything else right and the name wrong, and your models will be right, but your theory will not be right, enough, totally, at least. But the name also contextualizes it. Like it's not like I didn't come up with the name sentient singularity theory because I liked it. I deduced it as needed, essentially, and as I tried to make it as accurate a description as possible, as some summary, the most concise summary of like a theory of structure and process and nature. As I could. It's not, I don't view it as competing with any of them. The truth doesn't compete with anything. It just is. And we should try and pursue it as humbly as possible, but like it's not in competition. At all. It's not, people view this stuff as like a popularity contest. It's not. You can be like, the truth is the truth regardless of it, even if everybody believes lies. I often say, people say, where is God? I've never seen God. Well, and I made, let's watch this first.
when we think of God as an actual entity, I think it's best to imagine that in a way we are inside of that divine entity. God is not somewhere else out there or even back there in time. God's concrescence is everlasting. It's happening now. It is, in a sense, eternally present. And what that eternal divine presence does, what its function is to help mediate for each finite actual occasion, to mediate between our experience of the actualized past and the infinite possibility. So Whitehead's claim is that basically he needs what he calls what could be called a divine function in his metaphysics to provide each finite actual occasion with a sense of relevant possibility. He thinks we need there needs to be something in the nature of things which orders those possibilities as relevant to our unique situation, moment by moment. And he actually points back to Aristotle here, who he believes was the last metaphysician to articulate an idea of God that was free of any religious motivations, that Aristotle was just reasoning. And for Aristotle, it was, well, what's the first mover? Where did motion come from? And so his God becomes the unmoved mover, the prime mover. Whitehead says, we don't have that problem in physics anymore, but we have an analogous problem, which is how did infinite possibility give rise to anything, to any finite actuality? And he thinks God is the concept that would allow us to offer some explanation for that transition from, you could say infinite possibility is kind of akin to nothing. It's kind of a chaos. How does a transition occur whereby we get finite actualities? God plays that role for Whitehead as a mediator between actuality and possibility, giving some definite order to this realm of possibilities, which he also calls the realm of eternal objects or Platonic forms, if you want. And so, we're back to where we started 2 hours ago, talking about realism and nominalism. Whitehead's a realist. There's an infinite realm of Platonic forms that gives some structure to possibility, and God's role is to filter those possibilities so that each finite actual occasion has some sense of what's relevant to its own experience.
Okay, there's so much I want to touch on here, but I want to get to how your views have taken Whitehead further, because I imagine you don't agree with every single thing Whitehead has said.
Okay. That was the goal. That was not even the goal. You can't come at this with the goal of like promoting or proving or arguing for God into theory or theology or theism or anything with and actually have it be, I don't want to say objective, but like as honest and rigorous and kind of humble as possible, as true as possible. It's like Aristotle's idea of a prime mover was it was like, it's a true deduction of God, to of the existence of God. It's not, it's, when he says it was the last one that was unmotivated by any religious motivations, maybe, but I know that I will say this, and I say this honestly and humbly, this was my work too. I had no religious motivations. I have no religious motivation. When it comes with sentient singularity theory, as far as like relating it to Christianity or Judaism or Islam or anything, I do see after the fact, a lot of truth in those traditions, but that's after the fact. But I had no desire to prove a scripture in this. I didn't believe in a scripture when I started any of them. And so whatever, I don't know if Aristotle was the last one before me. I'm not going to say that. I think that there's likely there's been others that have done this too. I don't know who to say, but maybe they just kept it to themselves. Maybe I'm just not aware of them because I wasn't even aware of this Whitehead guy until this stream. So I'm not the most, up to speed person when it comes to philosophers of of history or even of present. But I will say this was, I don't want to say it was an objective pursuit of truth, but it was an honest attempt to understand. That's what what sentient singularity theory was and is, is what I attempt to have it continue to be. The models, its primary models are done, and its primary assertions are done. It's just a matter of, communicating them and then also relating them to more specific circumstances. But I think this is the way to do humility is just important. Humility means honesty with oneself about oneself. That's it. It doesn't mean fake humility, like, oh, I'm just so meek and, little old me, I'm no one. No, that's not humility. That's like politician BS humility. When Barack Obama says something like, oh, I'm not anyone really. Like, it's like, that's not humble. That's fake humility, which is the opposite of humility. Humility is honesty with oneself about oneself. And and it's a quality it's possibly the most. Curiosity and humility are the two most important qualities in questioning, or science, or philosophy. It's curiosity and humility, and not IQ or anything like that. So, I think that that is a very rare thing, but it's a rare thing in science, in what we call science, the narrative of science. Like, string theory is not I'm not saying that its proponents are not humble, or they're not, I'm saying they have a goal. And that goal is kind of an anti-theistic goal, probably. Most of them, not all of them. Some of them are just confused. Most of them all of them are confused. If you're arguing, for the academic physics narrative, most likely, or at least the theoretical academic physics narrative, not the confirmed physics narrative, but the theoretical. But it's more than that. It's like, there's also an anti-theistic goal built in that's like, unavoidable. It's unavoidable. They will talk about God. Every single physics panel talks about God and consciousness, because you can't avoid it. And then almost universally, most of the physicists who work in universities today will try and deny the consciousness of an observer, like the necessity to qualify an observer as a conscious being. But it comes up every time, because you can't avoid it. This means that there is not an honest narrative going on. It is when you're constantly confronted by the truth and you just deny it. You might be, a lot of the times, you might just be kind of indoctrinated into this and not realizing that you're not thinking anymore. You're just tricked into thinking that you're thinking, because your ego and your identity is built into it. Your social value of, like, being assumed to be an expert. Like, if the reality is that we're inside a sentient being, Sean Carroll is no longer an expert on how the universe works. That is true. Like, that doesn't mean he's not good at the math of, like, a lot of our confirmed observations. He is. But him as an expert into, somebody who we should look to as not just a calculator, but as someone who could give us maybe, wise insights about the nature of the universe beyond our individual experience, that is gone. That's not something people want to confront. So I'm not saying that it's everybody's motivation. I don't want to assume that, but I don't deny that is definitely going to matter. But yeah, if logic leads you to God, then you can't say, like, science is logic and that we can't, religion is this and science is that. Maybe we should stop saying both of these terms and come up with some new term for just the pursuit of truth in its various different mediums, Can't deny the possibility of revelation, where the truth pursues you. You don't just pursue the truth pursues you. And reveals itself to you, not just you deducing and interpreting and discovering the truth. It pursued you. It's like we're inside a sentient being, like that's possible at least. Then all of a sudden there's a lot of biblical stories that aren't as crazy sounding. Not saying they're confirmed. It just means like you can't say, oh, it's that's nonsense. It's not necessarily part of science because it can't observe the experiences of people in the past, but or people's individual experiences, personal experiences, but you can definitely not rule them out as being, possibly true either. We're in a pickle. But I mean, when it's like God's goal, God serves as the mediator between possibility and actuality, and I don't know how much this is the best terminology to say it. Like there is no infinite possibility beyond creation or even within creation. There is a finite, to some degree, like set of constraints at least, and then there's an infinite, there is an infinite version of life that you can have within these finite set of constraints, but that's it. Like it's not that there's no finiteness. So to use infinite as a term is not the best necessarily. I think there's a superpositional aspect to this. There, like when people say God is a product of infinite creativity or infinite possibility, no, God is the inevitability of an enclosed existence. God is the inevitability of existence. That's what God is. It's not that there was infinite possibility. Maybe there was God, maybe there wasn't. So because there was infinite possibility, one of those could have been God at least. So therefore now there's God. No, there's no way for there not to be a God. It's impossible. Existence must be sentient. And existence can only exist. When people say, oh, well, why is there something rather than nothing? There's linguistic problems with that question, but it's also just even what we're trying to ask with that question is wrong. It's just a bad question. It's like there couldn't be nothing because nothingness can't exist. Nothingness is non-existence, and non-existence can't exist. It's just that simple. Existence exists, it must exist, and it is self-referential, which means it's sentient, inevitably. There's no infinite possibility. I know this is long, but this is a great stream. I've got a few more clips. I'll go quick.
And the role that God is playing in that is, again, to help guide, as it were, the conceptual prehensions of every actual occasion. Because if we were exposed to the full infinite array of possibilities, Whitehead's his idea is that we'd just be overwhelmed and we wouldn't know what to do next. It's not that God determines what happens next. It's that there's a certain God values the realm of possibility in a certain way, and we feel conceptually and physically, we feel that value, and it helps to lure us toward a decision that would contribute to the enhancement of that value. That's the basic idea.
Okay. I know that we are about to get to where you stand. However, I want to ensure that there aren't many gaps so that people don't have to jump too far in order to reach where you are. You mentioned this term infinite possibilities a few times. So when you say this, or when Whitehead says this, is he saying infinite possibilities as in all possibilities, or does he just mean unbounded?
Say more about what you mean, what the difference would be.
So a function, for instance, can be unbounded because it goes to infinity. Like it's a mapping from the real numbers to the real numbers, such that any number you can think of, you can find a f of x that is greater than that number for some x.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, but yet, so that's an unbounded function. It goes off to infinity. But yet, I just described this function. You can start drawing a part of it. And at no point does that function make your cat come on your lap or make you do the Macarena or make this door open and close. So it's unbounded, but it's not everything.
Yeah.
Because everything would include somehow making this door open, making you do the Macarena, making your cat become a dog.
Yeah, so it's all possibilities in that sense.
Okay.
Yeah.
So now, if it's all possibilities, then wouldn't there also be the case inside all possibilities of not being overwhelmed by all possibilities? Like within the class of all possibilities, there's the possibility of not being overwhelmed by the rest of the possibilities.
Yeah, I think, yes, that is a possibility. And I think actually, so Whitehead's ultimate principle is not God. His ultimate is creativity, and God is the first creature of creativity. And so, in a sense, what you just described is what God is. um, God is this sort of uh, contingently emergent feature of creativity that then feeds back on creativity so as to limit possibility. Um, and Whitehead admits that that makes God somewhat like the ultimate irrationality, but also the ground for all reasons.
Okay, I need to think more about this because it seems like I thought what was being said was that God
There's a linguistic problem here. Like, creativity cannot be the primary structure, like, that gives rise to God. God exists because that's the inevitability of existence, is that it is self-aware and sentient. And it means, like, entirely self-referential because there's nothing else to reference, you know? And at the same time, God isn't a creature created by creativity. God is a creative creature. Because God chooses to be creative. God doesn't have to be creative, actually. God's nature is actually not to be creative. God is not created and by creativity, and he is not actually by nature necessarily creative. He chooses to be creative and therefore can be creative. Maybe then it's his nature as soon as he chooses. I don't know. I mean, that's a different question, but, like, probably not is the best way to describe it. Is his nature is oneness and he's creating multiplicity, so that's a choice. Like, that's against the flow. He's swimming upstream. That is, he's a creative creature. He is not a creature of created by creativity. That you end up with, oh, God is the ultimate irrationality if you assume that, because that's an irrational idea. It is. Like, there are concepts that can simultaneously exist and are dependent concepts, but also have a directionality to them. And it's like mind and matter. Mind and matter, or body and mind, I guess is a better way of putting it, body and mind exist simultaneously always, but mind is primary because it's defining of what is that thing, like, it's a being. Okay, then mind is defining of that. Like, that's the unique property that it has, or aspect of its nature, that is defining of what it is. You are a sentient being. That's what you are. If aliens landed here tomorrow and you wanted them to know something about you, would you want them to know that you have a heart and you have a metabolism and this is how many calories you need to eat a day and you need to breathe this oxygen and you can eat this but you can't eat that? Do you want them to know everything materially, like, constraining about you, about the machine that is perceived as your body? Or do you want them to know that you're a sentient being with goals and feelings? Which one will make the aliens understand you better? Definitely the second option. And so that's true of our understanding of God too, and it's also just it's just true in that it's defining it, even in a simultaneously existing structure of mind and body. Like, there's a directionality or a hierarchy to it of definition, and so I would say God is not the ultimate irrationality. God is the ultimate rationality. The opposite. God is the inevitability of existence, is that God is sentient. Sentience is the inevitability of existence. I would say that. Sentience, if you want to describe God, sentience is the inevitability of existence. And so the next thing that they're going to get into here is, actually, I would disagree with Kurt's question on here, and Matthew affirms Kurt's question as being a good one, and I would disagree with that, but we'll talk about it.
a person, because a person cannot be exposed to all possibilities or they'll be overwhelmed. But it also sounds like if you were to be exposed to all possibilities, you wouldn't be overwhelmed, because included in one of those possibilities, in this huge set of all possibilities, is the ability to not be overwhelmed by all possibilities. So if the reason for limitation was to shield you from chaos because you wouldn't know what to do with yourself for some reason, perhaps they didn't understand the reason for the imposition of a limitation. Let me know if I'm being unclear.
No, I'm probably being unclear. I think metaphysics is difficult precisely because we're trying to speak about the most general ideas that it's possible for the human mind to comprehend, and it's not clear we do fully comprehend. um, and so, the relationship between the finite and the infinite has been discussed for thousands of years, and there's a way of construing that as a dichotomy. There's also a way of understanding that actually the true infinite contains the finite, which I think is another way of saying that all like infinite possibility also contains the possibility of there being a limit to possibility. And what I was trying to say is, and I had never thought of it quite that way before, but that's basically Whitehead's account of why there is a God, is that infinite possibility contains the possibility of there being a limit. And as soon as that limit is actualized, you get the first actual entity that then immediately ramifies into this universe of a plurality of actual occasions in a nexus of relations to one another. It's an account of the creation of an actual universe or pluriverse as profoundly contingent. And yet that original contingency subsequently becomes the ground for any intelligibility that we might, as human beings, be able to win, any rationality that we might be able to garner and to harness, right? And so what begins as contingent becomes necessary for us as the products of that contingency.
I think this would be a great point. Just one more stepping stone prior to getting to your current worldview, or Weltanschauung, if we're going to use these German words, which is one I'm fond of.
It's a good one.
So free will.
I don't like the context of how we use the terms finite and infinite, but like singularity is like it's like singular, a bunch of singular things within one. It's like you need the context of like talking about sentient beings. You're talking about a bunch of sentient beings being contained within one sentient being that is, that are also assembling into a sentient being. This is something I missed earlier that I wanted to say is like, in sentient singularity theory, there is a structure of singularity and assembly always. You are a singularity of sentience, you and me. We are stacked on top of an assembly of sentient beings, which is cells, and those are singularities stacked on top of assemblies of sentient beings, which are probably proteins and certain molecules. And then those are stacked on top of assemblies of sentient beings, which is probably atoms or protons and neutrons at least, which are hadrons. And so there is this singularity assembly, structure that builds the cosmos. And but it's funny because he said earlier that like you are an entity, you are an actual occasion, an entity, and like a society. I think he said like in a society of entities. And in even like Jewish sages in the past, they used to refer to the human body as the mini city. And in Christian theological discussion, they call, Christ is the head of the church, which really, if you translate the original term for that is translated as church now, it means assembly. Like, and I use the term assembly not because it was, that's the translation. I think that that's the word that makes the most sense. It's like an assembly of singularities can form another singularity of sentience. That doesn't mean every single one. I don't think most plants do that, actually. I think that that's pseudo-singularity in my work, but there is a lineage of sentient singularities that is a stack, essentially, that formulates the sentient cosmos or sentient creation within sentient existence, who is God. And but those two things are not incompatible. Like, that's kind of observed. But this idea of like God, what Matthew said, though, that I really disagree with, I think, if I'm interpreting this correct, is he said God is, because there is a realm of infinite possibility, one of those possibilities ends up being that there is God, and then therefore because of that, now you get this, pluriverse. I call what he calls the pluriverse, I call a cosmological verse in my work, and it's like there's a model of it, and it's a verse of assembly and singularity stacked, and of this periodicity of sentience within creation. But I don't agree with what he said, though, is like because there's infinite possibilities. There's not infinite possibilities. This is the same argument as the multiverse by Sean Carroll and such. It's like the laws of physics are the way that they're. The reason why there's life is because there's infinite universes, and one of those universes has life, and we are alive, so we're in that universe, and therefore like that's why life. It's because there's infinite possibilities, and therefore one of them was life happened almost. And so it's just using that argument for God. I think that that's not correct. God is the sentience of existence is inevitable and eternal and inescapable, even by God. And so that's not infinite possibilities. That's one. That's a one possibility. That's it. It's not a possibility. It's an inevitability. One possibility is not even called a possibility anymore. It's not possible. It's inevitable. It's not one of the paths. It's the only one. That's the reality of God. That's why God is. It's the only option. It's not even an option. It is the only. It is the inevitability. You can't even say only, because then you're starting to talk about like multiplicity. The sentience of existence is inevitable and eternal and inescapable. But when Curt says, if there's infinite possibilities, couldn't one of those possibilities include the possibility of you not being overwhelmed by the awareness of all possible possibilities? I don't even want to say infinite possibilities. You just say all possible possibilities. And that is a finite amount to some degree, and also maybe, it's like there's finite, there's constraints, and there's also sentient degrees of freedom built in, like how many different ways can you get to Chick-fil-A if you drove there from your house? You can say, okay, well, if maybe the reality is there's like infinite different ways, because how many times can you circle Chick-fil-A before you pull into the parking lot? Like infinite amount of times. But like how many ways could you get there that is the shortest possible distance, or one? How many ways could you get there that's the shortest possible time? One. But there are multiple options that you can take. But there's also like a finite amount of roads, but you can like double back and circle the parking lot because you're a sentient being that can control its own movements. It's not, so that's why it's not a good application of the term infinity and finiteness, and it's just the wrong context of the terms. But when Curt says, couldn't there be a possibility of like you as being, if God is God's role is to mediate and guard you against infinite exposure to all the possibilities that exist, but if there's infinite possibilities, couldn't there be a possibility of you not, being overwhelmed? And the reality is that context is information. In my theophany, like I've talked about this a couple times, and I'll talk about it tonight. I'll say this, like once I was thinking about this universe structure that I thought of that's in my model, and of technology kind of like being the capstone of it, and then it repeating within itself. And I was in the shower, and I like had like a crazy experience where I like saw it felt like I took DMT, but I didn't. I was totally sober. I don't do like drugs like that. And I mean, I went to college, and I never tried DMT, but I experimented when I was in college with substances. Not since college have I done any of that, and I was totally sober. And I was like shown what I had already deduced, and it made perfect sense because I had already deduced it. And I like saw God basically. And I mean, I cried. I collapsed on the floor of the shower crying after this. But like the message that I got from this that was overt, it was like spoken, was just, I'm showing you this because you're ready to see it. That was it. It was not a special revelation. And I don't think I'm the only one who's had this happen at all. Like, there's accounts of this. I'm not saying I'm special. Um, and, you know, people can think I'm crazy, and that's fine. But, like, you know, this is not your channel then. Like I said, if the truth is that existence is sentient, that means that it can pursue you too. It's not just about you pursuing it. It's like sometimes it can interact with you. And this was one of those. And if I didn't already deduce what I had been shown, though, and I would have literally thought I had a seizure. I would have gone to the hospital. That's how crazy this was. Like, you would have to have done drugs in order for that to not go to the hospital. Like, because I was sober. You don't just have that happen, and be shown the universe and like get this kind of, see this bright light at the end. Like, I've talked about this in the past, and you maybe I'll talk more in depth about it again, but there's not much more to it. But that was it. I didn't get any other message, and it was just like, I'm showing you this because you're ready to see it. It's like, good job, you did it, in a way, like, to some degree. Not saying this is confirming of my theory's true or something. Like, there's definitely things in my work that I need to work through, and that I might be wrong on. But the overall thing, like, that existence is sentient and creating additional sentient singularities within itself intentionally, like, that's not logically arguable, I don't think. And I invite anyone to try and do it, honestly. But I have tried to do it myself, and I can't argue against it. And I've tried harder than anybody else has tried. But I'm just saying, like, the point is that there was a message in this interaction that I got, this actual occasion, and it was just that context is information. You can't see that which you're not ready to see and understand it. That's it. It's just that simple. It wasn't like, oh, here's the secrets. It was just like, yeah, you can see this because you understand what you're looking at, because you already kind of deduced the general gist. I'm not saying the details are all perfect. I'm just saying, like, the general gist. That's it. That was it. This is, you can't, but that doesn't mean you can see everything. I can't see all possibilities of my own life at all. I have conflicts, and I am like, you know, I don't know what to do next, or I don't know what to do about this, you know, conundrum in my personal life or whatever. And I have plenty of those. I don't know what the answers are to those things. And I am just as, like, confused and as anyone else about, like, where, you know, what to do in certain circumstances in their personal life. God knows what the right thing to do is in those circumstances, but that's because he can see all at once. And so he's the only one who actually is not overwhelmed by the ability to see all possible possibilities, because he can see the causal impact of all possible possibilities simultaneously. And you'd have to be God to do that. That's my point. And even if God could show you the universe in a kind of a super subjective, fundamental way, and you still not have access to understanding all possibilities, I know. Personally, I know. And if you knew the impact of every action that you took, like, you would not be overwhelmed, but you would also be God. You can't be in the system and see the system as a whole. If you're in the forest, you can't see the forest. You can deduce the forest by looking at the trees and stuff, but you cannot see the forest. Only God can see the forest, because he is the forest, but you're not. And God can't even show you the entire forest, I don't think. Like, while you're still in the realm of causality, at least. Maybe when you're outside the realm of causality, after death, you can actually see the totality of all possible possibilities. But at that point, you're outside of causality yourself, and that's why you could do it. But, like, you can't be in causality and be exposed to all possible possibilities, because you're inside it. It's just a logic force through the trees problem. If you could see it all, you wouldn't be overwhelmed, but you would also be God. and you're not, because you're inside of it. And so there is no possibility where you're inside of creation and you're not God himself, where where you're inside of existence, where you are able to perceive all possible possibilities. And if you technically could even be shown all possible possibilities, and you're inside of creation, you would lose it. You would not be able to make sense of what you saw. You would just look at chaos, and wouldn't be helpful. Like, information is context. You can't be shown that which you can't make sense of. That is true, but God doesn't need to hide things from you. I mean, maybe he does sometimes, but I'm sure he probably does. He does keep things from you if you're not ready to see it. I do believe that, but not all things. Most of the time, you just can't perceive it. It's like, I was watching, what was I watching? I was watching a show the other day. Oh, The Truman Show. Curt posted something about The Truman Show on his Substack, which I recommend checking out. His Substack is really good. He writes a lot of good stuff on there. And he wrote something about The Truman Show. And The Truman Show is free on YouTube video, by the way. You can watch it on YouTube. It's a brilliant masterpiece of a show, and one of my favorite movies. And in it, there's this part where, like, Truman's wife takes him into the bedroom, and, like, you assume that they're going to bed. If you're a little kid, you have no idea that basically, like, she's suggesting, like, come on, let's go have sex. And because it's not a pornographic movie like most things today. And but in it, like, it flashes to these two, like, security guards who are watching The Truman Show. In the movie The Truman Show, they're watching him on television, because The Truman Show is about a guy who is inside of a television show and doesn't know it. And they look at each other, and one of them says to the other one, he's like, you can never see it. Like, they just turn the camera away, and you can just see, like, it plays some music, and you can see the curtains of the bedroom or something. And then he's like, but you can never see anything. And he just says that, and then it goes to the next scene. I had no idea what he was talking about. And when I first watched it, or even ever until I watched it recently, more recently, I just, like, watched part of it because I was like, oh, The Truman Show. Like, I haven't seen that in a while. I watched like 10, 15, 20 minutes of the show, of the movie. And I was jumping around. And I saw that scene. I forgot all about that scene. Why? Because why would you remember that scene? It didn't make any sense until you've, like, been, you know what sex is. Like, especially until you've been married, you probably don't even remember that, because, like, sex in marriage is a different context than sex outside of marriage. And like, but you just wouldn't remember, even if you did understand it. It just, there's a lot of dirty jokes for adults in, like, cartoons, and it just goes like this to kids. That's true of you and me in life. But God gets the jokes because he's making the jokes for the people who do get it. But, like, it's just going like this. And that's okay. You don't need to try and understand things in an artificial way. Yeah. How long have we been going, guys? Let's see.
And I think actually
4 hours.
So Whitehead's ultimate principle is not God. His ultimate is creativity, and God is the first creature of creativity. And so, in a sense, what you just described is what God is. God is this sort of emergent.
I already showed that clip, but that's, yeah, I talked about it. Free will. They talk about free will. He asks about it, and I will just say this to keep it short: like, freedom of will is freedom of goals. This was the other thing I was going to talk about tonight if I didn't do the stream. You don't always, there are all kinds of things that keep you sometimes from making the right choices, and it sometimes is beyond your control. Like, I do believe, like, addiction is real, and, like, people can have, addictions, and where, like, they lose control and of themselves in certain circumstances. But you have control over your goals, And that gives you control over certain actions. And so not every action, but certain actions. And you have to be aware that you have the ability to make a choice, and that means you have to be aware of the options and the consequences of those options. And there's a lot of contingent factors that allow for you to actually, that must be present in order for you to be able to have the opportunity to make a true choice. Most of the things that we think are choices in our lives are not actually choices that we're making. We're just responding. You know, what you eat for breakfast is not a choice usually. It's just you, you know, seeking what your instincts are cravings that your instincts are telling you, and without a second thought. That's not, you're not even, if you're not even thinking about the possibility of, you know, like other alternatives. So that means you're not, that's not a free will choice. It's kind of the, you're just, you're observing yourself as you like act. But there are instances in your life where you can make a true choice. And one of those instances is that is ever present is your goals. Deciding honestly, truly on your goals is, even if you fail to reach them, like if your goal is to quit drinking and you're an alcoholic, like if that's a true goal that you have, like that is a choice to make that goal. You do, you know, sometimes you have the choice where you can choose not to drink and go against your craving. Sometimes you can't make that choice. I think that, but there's a lot of factors that matter to that. But the goal is the beginning of choice, and choice, free will, is just the ability to make a choice that is individual to you. Free will is just you making a choice for you that isn't dependent on anyone else. Like you can choose to make this a goal or not. And that's the choice that you always have available to you, is the ability to choose a goal. And this is very important, that God allows for some degree of choice, because choice is, and goal and freedom of will, which means like the ability to point my will, my desire, my goal towards something that may not be your, where you point your will and desire and goal, is what actually is defining of differentiation. It's what makes me me, and not me not you, and you not me, and me not God, and God not you. When people like Leo Gura say you are God, it's like, you know what? Your will is not always aligned with God. You're not. That makes you not God. You're part of God. You're within God. There's a piece of God in you, but you are not God. Otherwise, you would know everything, and you would never have any conflict, and with yourself at least, or with your own life. You would have conflict with other people, but you're not God. It's not helpful to say that. It's not orienting. Even if it's not totally false, it's not true enough. Freedom of will is the definer of differentiation. Inside, outside, separate, and oneness. You're inside God. You're separate from God. You're also one with God because you're inside God, so you're separate and one with God. But you are not outside of God. You're inside of God. So like this is how you orient these four primary perspectives within fundamental relationships, but your freedom to point your goals, independent of others around you, or even others that you're within, or others that are within you, is freedom of will. And it's like the fundamental like definer of freedom of will, and it is the definer of differentiation, and it is required for meaning. So when he says like God values freedom of possibility, what he's saying is God values freedom of will because God created multiplicity, at least partially, maybe primarily, for the sake of creating meaning. And there is no meaning without differentiation, because meaning is one sentient being's impact on another. If there's no one else, if your will isn't different from mine, and we don't have independence of to create our own goals, we aren't separate from each other, which means we can't impact each other, which means there's no meaning. That's why people feel meaningless even when they have every material cool toy in the world, is because those things are not separate from them. Your house, your mansion is not separate from you. It becomes a part of you when you're in it. It's like, part of you. You have a cool pen, it's part of you. You have a cool sports car, it's part of you. It's not separate from you, which means you're not meaningful to it. You can't be meaningful to it. It can't be meaningful to you. It can be enjoyable, but not meaningful, and fundamentally meaningful. You need free will to have meaning in the world, because you need to impact others. It's like everybody knows this intuitively, Even when I was not a theist, I was like, I want to work for Google because they are impacting the world. What does that mean? Like, they're impacting the rocks of the earth? No. Do you think the basalt cares about, like, Google? No. What you mean by saying they're impacting the world is they're impacting the lives of other people and beings, Maybe some people want to work for PETA, which actually is a terrible organization and it's counterproductive. But regardless, if you want to work for like an animal, you want to save animals or something, like that, you want to impact other beings, like that, it gives you meaning. But car collecting, I don't know, that's not going to give you a sense of meaning. It's just fun. And I have hobbies like that, but like, that's not what we're talking about. So it's not that God just values like infinite possibility for the sake of it. I mean, to some degree, maybe for entertainment value, but like it's kind of just an intrinsic thing that like if we all have freedom to point our will and goals and wherever we want, like that's going to intrinsically create possibilities. It's not about that. It's about like meaning. Possibilities is like an intrinsic part of this, but it's not the goal. Meaning is the goal, and differentiation is a requirement for meaning. If you're just God, God is meaningless, and so are you. So they talk about this. Yeah. Here, let's go to this.
And even if we don't share that idiosyncratic thing with them, we can still recognize that like inner weirdness that we all feel about this sheer fact that we exist. And when someone exposes themselves fully, it's like we just feel that connection with them and say like, thank you. Like I feel more human now.
My background is in math, physics, and filmmaking. And so in screenwriting, there's an adage which says the more personal the pain, the more general. And the more general the pain, the less personal it is. So I concur, and I hope to bring some of that to this podcast as well. So often, especially in longer conversations like with Ian McGilchrist or Carl Friston and so on, I get quite personal, and even you're getting quite personal now. And so I'm a fan. I do believe there's something to this adage. And if you try and speak in these cliched generalities, it doesn't resonate with people. So anyhow, please tell us about your personal pain.
Well, hopefully people can get through the first 2 hours of this conversation about the most general statements one can make about the universe and metaphysics. And
this is so true. And this is what I mean by like a super personal like answer to the first question, or even to the true, the second question that I what I call the second question. It might not actually be, but it essentially is. It's the symmetry breaking question. It's like, what is the truest thing that you know? It's like, that is a personal, it's like a very personal answer, because it's about you. It's like the truest thing. It's not the truest thing. It's the truest thing you know. But the answer for you is going to be the same as me, and the same answer if it's everyone. It's that I am, like truest thing you know is you are. The truest thing I know, I can know is I am. And even more so than you know that God exists. And God is more fundamentally true than you. But like you can logically kind of deduce that, but like you have to first know that you have to first come to the first conclusion first, which is that you are. Like it's still not the first question that you can answer, because you have to know that sentience is the most primary is the nature that you that you can, is that which is the nature of existence that you can know most truly to exist more than anything else, in order to, like, recognize it as a fundamental. You need to see it as a personal. So this is why when people say objective, they mean like universally true, and might as well just say universal. But even though I'm guilty of using the term objective, but maybe a better term is super personal. It's like that which is personally true to me, but also personally true to you, and also is the same for both of us and for everyone, but also personal. There's no, like, that which is subjective does not mean that it's not also universal. They're not mutually exclusive, but they usually do seem to be assumed to be. And so this is true of, like, you can see this in like the pain thing that Curt said is like, the more in filmmaking, the more personal the pain, the more like universally felt in filmmaking, and the more like general the pain shown is, like, the less universally it's felt, essentially, something like that. That's true. And it's because the reality of our understanding of pain and joy and any deep emotion that is, reflective of your sense of being in the moment, not just like you're feeling something hot. It's like you are feeling joy. That's how you feel. It's not a feeling that you have. It's a feeling. It's how you are feeling currently. When you feel something that's hot, it's not how you're not feeling hot. It's just like you are feeling that it is hot, either in the room or whatever you're touching. But when you feel joy, it's that your feeling is joy. You are joyful. You are in pain, essentially. If it's not just physical pain, especially, it's like emotional pain, which is what movies are about usually. That's what he's probably talking about. It's like the conveying of emotional pain in film. But the reason why that's the case is, it's even if you've never lost like if somebody loses a child in a show and you've never lost a child, but it's like a deeply personal way in losing the child, it's like, what it is that you've added context that is giving people like a picture to perceive in their mind of being in the circumstance, and you need that in order to like contextualize yourself and think about yourself in that situation. But you don't need to. Everybody's experience of pain or sadness or whatever in life, it is understood as a deeply super personal thing always. It's not just general, it's like, oh, everybody experiences, I don't know, sadness because a friend moves away or something. It's like, I don't know, it's like those general things. We all understand that, things like that, but that's not how we understand pain. We understand it very personally. That's what makes it what it is. And so you have to put it in the context of something super personal, even if it's something you've never experienced. Like, I don't know, losing a kid or losing a spouse, or everybody eventually loses their parents. And even if at some point, that's kind of more a universal pain, but it's also one that's like not shown in as like the most tragic in movies, because it's like, even though, unless it's like very, very specific instance, like in the Truman Show, where like they fake his father's death and it's like, it's his fault. Like, it's like they show that it's his fault, or it seems like it, because he's the one that chose to continue sailing or whatever. It's all fake, but like, you feel for Truman not because you've lost a parent sailing, but because you understand what it's like to be in a circumstance where it's like, it was you. Part of the pain was that it was your fault, or you feel that it was your fault. You understand that. And so, but you have to make it super personal to like give it that context of like, oh, Truman blames himself. It's like, oh, I understand what it's like to blame myself. Yeah, that's different than just, oh, he lost his dad. Okay, so does everyone in some way, and that doesn't make it less painful. It just means like it's the pers, it's the personal aspects of the context of that, you know, of that relationship that is what matter to understanding the pain. It's interesting. It really supports the idea of it's like the term super personal. Is like that which is most true is that which is super personally true. It's that which is true for you and true for me and true for everybody, but like also deeply personal. Finally, this is something that I really give a lot of credit to Matthew for this, and so I'm going to end on this because this was his message as the of his philosophy and his understanding of the world. This is what he thought was important to say, and so I want to show it. And I think he's right, and especially today is like, I mean, it's always been relevant, but it's very relevant today, and I think it's an important thing. This is wisdom. You can tell, there is a degree of wisdom to this man.
Let us be very careful not to rush into various social movements, political movements, when what's really happening is we're projecting our own personal psychological complexes onto the world, and we have unresolved issues that, and we're blaming other people, or we're blaming big abstractions. We're blaming capitalism. It's all capitalism's fault, which is what is capitalism exactly? And we can have whole debates about the various political economies and how the system should be run. But if we're having those debates, especially when we start to get really heated, and we have a phenomenon unfolding right now in the U.S. where somebody murders a CEO and everybody's like cheering him on. He's become a folk hero. And I get the anger and the frustration, but at the same time, when we start to justify vigilantism and murder, we're stepping away from the individual as the locus of ultimate value. Individual souls, individual psyches are, I would say, the locus of ultimate value. And as soon as you allow a soul to become a means to whatever your ideological end is, such that you're willing to murder that person, I no longer know what the basis for this ideal of justice that you might claim to be fighting for is. Justice, this is a Platonic perspective, but like unless souls are the locus of value that we're trying to seek justice for, then I'm not sure how you could fight for justice if you're willing to just murder individuals in pursuit. It's like your ideal of justice has become too abstract. You've lost the plot, as it were. And so this is why we need to seek some balance here. Like, I'm not saying politics is a distraction or something, but we need to not neglect our own individual psyche, and not imagine that fall into this trap of thinking, oh, well, if only the good people were in charge, everything would be fine, and we just need to kill off the bad people, because that's the projection of evil onto those people over there. And I think we really need to recognize that evil lives potentially in each of us. And if we're going to overcome evil, start at home, start with yourself. All of the greatest crimes of history are a result of the projection of evil onto those people over there. And watching current events unfold, it's like, gosh, we haven't learned a damn thing.
So what have you learned?
You see this, it's a little blurry, but there's this painting behind me of Socrates. It's a French painter from the 1800s.
Jacques-Louis David.
David, yeah, exactly.
Yeah. It's actually from 1987, which is the same year as the second edition of the Critique of Pure Reason.
Nice.
So I thought you would be a fan of that.
Nice. Awesome. Thank you for that. It's a depiction of the Platonic dialogue, the Phaedo, which comes after the Apology, when Athens sentences Socrates to death for corrupting the youth and not believing in the gods of the Athenian state. And Socrates is actually offered exile instead of execution, but he's like, I'm not afraid to die. And he felt a deep connection to his polis and accepted the judgment of his peers, even though he thought that they were wrong and he knew that history would judge them poorly. But he was ready to die. He was an old man, and so this painting depicts all of his students sort of in tears, like Socrates, just leave. Like, why are you killing yourself? And he's like, have I taught you nothing? Like, the soul is immortal. And so he's content to drink the hemlock, and says in this dialogue, Plato has him say that all philosophy is preparation for dying. And
right,
one way of cutting through all the distractions of life is to remember that you and everyone you love is going to die. This is not a possibility. This is not a maybe. This is absolutely certain. And to live your life backwards from the perspective of death affords you the greatest possibility of living a meaningful life, right? Because it's in that final moment before that transition. And I do imagine it as a transition, not just as an end, but I don't know. But it's in that moment that everything becomes condensed, and the meaning that might be extracted from life becomes as salient as it could be. And if you consider the values of our contemporary civilization, it couldn't be further from this. We want to avoid death at all costs. We have a cult of youth, and we want to not look at this inevitability, and so we live in denial for the most part. And we just want to accumulate goods and wealth and power, and you don't get to take any of that with you, right? And so whether or not death is a transition or just an end, I think there's tremendous meaning to be reflected from staring it in the face and not being afraid of death like it's something terrible. It's actually the source of all the meaning that we might have.
A couple things. For one, is totally right about, even Jesus said this is like, something like, I forgot the specific exact words of the specific verse, but it's like, don't, focus on the twig, in someone else's eye when you have a log in yours, something like that. And it's like, evil is not those people that are not you. The problem is not those people that are not you. You could be the wisest person in the world today and still not be, you're still not all aware of, and you're not God. And so like you have, I think I have the closest thing to a correct metaphysical framework of fundamental reality that I've seen that uses contemporary linguistic, terminology and is, contextualizing of many of our scientific observations. That doesn't mean at all that I don't have an untold number of ignorances. Of course I do. And that's just true of everybody. So like to think, and also just like I sin, and I'm not perfect person. I do the wrong things sometimes, like, and I sometimes I know it, and that's true of everybody. And we should focus on that. Like philosophy is something that, if done properly, allows you to perceive and understand a moral and hierarchical framework of the world that would allow you to better yourself and therefore better the world. And like he says, politics is not something that we should ignore. I've worked in politics, political influence. I've worked for political action organizations and legislative action organizations and media companies that are focused on politics and morals. And that, so I don't think it's like something that you shouldn't try and not make the system better, but like you can't make the system better if you don't make yourself better. And like this is something that we are losing a lot lately, is like people are looking at those people and saying they're the problem. That's not true. They're part of the problem, but you are too, and I am too. Like that's something we can't forget, and that's something philosophy can make you be aware of if you do it right. But it's funny. I've someone very close to me, and a family member, who said to me something like, they're having a philosophical awakening in their life right now. They've been going through it, and that's true. They really are. They are perceiving that there's more to the world than they thought, or than they were told, and so they're on a quest to try and learn about it and understand it. I understand that as well as anyone. They said something to me though that was like, now that I've become, they've been talking a lot about like, capitalism and things, just like he kind of said, as a problematic system. And there's tons of problems of our system, and you don't even need to call it capitalism. I don't think that that's like a good helpful term, but there are issues with our political and economic systems that we have all over the place. True. But they said something to me that was like, now that I've become fully self-aware, like And I asked them, I said, remember when before you were fully self-aware? And they were like, yeah. And I was like, did you know that you weren't fully self-aware? And they were like, no. And I was like, so how do you know that you're now fully self-aware? They were like, oh, that's a good point. And, they got it and admitted it immediately. But it's like, don't think that now you know. I will say this, like, people I hate the phrase, oh, the more you know, the more the more you learn, the less you know. That's not true. The more you learn, the more you know. But the more that you learn, if you truly learn it through experience, the more you realize that, you know, how to think, and that you can be wrong about some things, and that you should challenge your own assumptions, and it humbles you. But it doesn't mean that, the more you know, the less you know. Like, that's a stupid phrase. That's like not true. It just means that the more that you learn, the more you are aware of that your understanding has limits. That's a better way of putting it. And that's absolutely true of everybody but God. You could be Chris Langan and have a 200 IQ, or you could, God could show you the universe, or you could deduce it, or whatever, and like you could be Ed Whitten. It doesn't matter. Like, if you're wise and humble, like, if you are if you're thinking wisely and you are acting humbly, then you will realize that the more that you learn, truly, the more you realize that there's a limit to your understanding. There's limits. That's a better way of putting it. And like, that means that you can't just blame other people for the state of the world. The world is the way that it is because of human imperfection in everybody. It will also be set right, and it will also be fine, but not because we will have the power. You have the power to fix things, fix it all. You can improve things, but like, that's by making things better on a personal level, first and foremost, at least. It's funny, my friend, he was talking about politics to me, and we had a political disagreement, and I said, if you live in a neighborhood, I said I had lived in this neighborhood where it was like almost all families, like married couples with kids. And some of them had, the Democrat signs, and some of them had Republican signs outside. And like, both of those camps blame the other one for the problems of the country in the news. But the reality is that neighborhood was a good place to live because it's like a bunch of married people, kids, and like growing and having order and seeking peace, and being united in their goals. Like, it doesn't matter how they vote. Like, they have united goals in an immediate sense. It's like, there are things beyond. Focus on what you can control first. I mean, always focus on what you can control in your immediacy, I would say, is like first. It's like you first, then around you, and then you can know what is good, and kind of like try and improve situation of the world. But you'll never save the world. God saves the world because it's his will. Like, you have to just trust it. And if you don't trust that his will be done and that his will is good, like, you will think that if you don't do this, then you could justify anything. It's like, this is our one chance to save the country or the Western civilization or whatever. It's like, you're not going to save the country or Western civilization or whatever. Like, whatever is going to happen is going to happen with that. But we will achieve a state of goodness that is beyond anything you could do. But it's not going to be because you alone, I don't know, voted or did something horrible or whatever, even did something great. I think knowing the limits of our own power is a very important. It allows us to actually focus on on the things that we can improve, and lets us actually improve things. If you don't know the limits of your own power, you will try and improve things, and you will try and fix things that you can't fix. I don't want to say improve things that you can't improve. You can always improve things, but you can't fix certain things. Certain things can only be fixed by God. It's part of wisdom. It's not a hope. I'm not saying hope is lost. Don't worry about it. I'm saying, like, you don't even need to hope like it's gonna be great, but we're gonna go through shit first. That's just the way it's gonna be. Um, but you can always make your world better around you. Uh, that's fact. But he's right though when he's talking about like if you don't if you it's funny in the Bible and people can say oh I was pushing the Bible and that's his point with this theory. No, it's not. I just read the Abrahamic scriptures and I can see a lot of truth in them, but I read all of them and I'm sure there's truth in the other thing, Hindu scriptures and stuff. I just don't read it, but like you could find things like that in this. Heck, there's really wise things in Star Wars you can pick out. But there's a part, it's like we're commanded to have courts of law, and also there's the Ten Commandments. And I remember once I was really trying to figure out, because I was working in politics, and I was like, how do we get to a political state where we're not trying to control each other with the threat of violence? Like, where you don't want me to do what I want to do, and you're going to lock me in a cage if I, don't follow your will. That's what politics has become and is really. It's like I was just really disheartened by it, and I was like, how do we change that? And I started thinking like that you'd have to feel this, you'd have to feel this, you'd have to feel this, and I started deducing kind of like the Ten Commandments, and I stopped, and I was like, oh my god, it's like sounds like the Ten Commandments. It's like these are things that produce a good world, and if you do, I'm sure you all know what he's referring to with the person who's like being cheered on who murdered a CEO because the system isn't perfect. Somebody said to me, they were like, that's just karma. I was like, it's not karma, it's murder. And they were like, well, it's karma. And that's just crazy to me. Like, if you do that, like, if you don't remember that the individual soul is valuable and that's the source of value, is our positive impact on other sentient beings, and they're just a means to an end, like he said, you do destroy even the point of fighting in the first place. You do. And this is why like there is a point to like courts of, and even if it's not a perfect system, it's like if there's no courts, then you're just going to do vigilante justice, and that's going to be murderous. Like that, you're going to destroy the point of even why you would commit those acts in the first place. It's self-defeating. It's the same exact thing as like Kant. Oh, you go and you get your PhD in philosophy of consciousness, and you write your thesis on that consciousness is an illusion. And it's like, what are you doing? What is the point of any of that? You're wasting your life. And one thing I would not disagree, but also like add to, when he says, somebody had said, he quoted someone else that said, philosophy's main point is to prepare everyone for death. I think that it can help with that, but I don't think that that's the point. I actually think that the point, the best purpose of philosophy is to help us deduce how we should live, not what comes after we die. We don't have control over that. I do think you can deduce the likely scenario, but like it's still beyond your control. But philosophy is not just about like preparing you for death. It's about helping us understand how we should live. If it's not that, then it's pointless. You're here to make an impact, not just to die and go to heaven. I'm not even saying that you don't do that, but that's not the point. It's to impact others, and this is the space where you do it, is while you're alive. Death is not the point of life. Meaning is the point of life. And that's like to love others is the point, which means like to help people and other sentient beings, and that's the point. Like add to the generativity. So I don't know. I know I'm rambling a bit. I'll take final questions, then we're gonna go. I know it was long, but like there's still more I wanted to touch on. But I highly recommend watching this entire stream that we talked about tonight. It's linked below. it is a great discussion. I really appreciate them, Curt and Matthew, having this talk and sharing it. And I'll definitely, look more into Matthew's work and thoughts. I think it we're seeing a bit of a philosophical renaissance, and I think some evidence of that, and that's a good thing. We need it. We got the mind right here. It's a dream. Let's celebrate. I've come to the understanding that out of everything in this world, words are the things that manipulate the most. That's definitely, it's just a medium. It's a tool. That's it. Like, this is a tool to build or to destroy. You choose. That's all a word is. Even though words can convey deep emotions. I think people need to study up on evolution of language. It's irrelevant to anyone who uses language. Yes, but don't disregard your intuition when it comes to language. Like, that which is, don't be like, when I say a sentient singularity and people are like, that's not how physicists use singularity. It's actually like a mathematical function that's endless and the center of a black hole or something. No. Singularity existed as a word before it was used to describe black holes and the Big Bang. Like, that's how we should understand the term. Same thing with quantum. It's like, I have this model of quantum of consciousness. I don't like it because people are like, you're just using those terms to sound scientific. No, I'm using those terms because they're actually the most accurate description. And the term quantum or quanta existed before the Standard Model. I don't care how physicists use it. That's not what I'm using it for. I'm using it to match its etymology and its linguistic, coherence and relevance as much as possible. That's what I'm trying to do. Why do we assume we are singularities? Because you are someone composed of someones. A bunch of them. Within someone. Tech Padawan, long time, man. I hope you are doing well. You may not remember what I shared for Matthew's videos in your Discord. I did not remember that, but that's cool. I hope you are doing well. I didn't remember Matthew at the time. Like I said, relevance. I just didn't know who he was, and it just went like that. But I'm glad you shared him. And like I said, hope you are doing well. I know it's been a while. It's like a society of good people would be a good society. Yeah, exactly. Society of people who do good. But you have to know what's good. And first. Like, that's it. You don't have to, if you force people to do what you want, like, that's not the same way to make a good society. Society is an assembly of other people. Like, they have to choose to do good, which means they have to be aware of it. And right now we're not aware of it. And it is frustrating, especially when you start to be more aware of it. And you're certainly capable of being more aware of what is good than other people at certain times in your life, or even not even than other people, but more aware of what is good in certain moments of your life versus previous moments. I'm much more aware of what is good now than I was 10 years ago. And like, but I also recognize that other people are not there yet. And I know that because I've been not there. And so I can't force them to get there just because I want them to be. Like, they have to go through the experiences that give them the context to understand what is good and what is not. And that's something that you can't force. So with that, I hope that everybody had a great holiday. Like I said, I appreciate everybody here. Please hit the like button. I know it was long. I know it's late. I am going to try for the sake of your planning, and I know that I'm not the most consistently on time person, but for the sake of your planning, I'm really going to try to start these around 8. Between 8 and 9, I plan to start these streams on Wednesdays, usually going forward for 2025. If you'd like to join the Discord that I have, private message me on Instagram. Please share this, comment any questions below, subscribe, like. I have a Patreon. I really appreciate the super chat Bubba Grimm, and peace. Hope you found it meaningful.